Chapter 235. Junior Brother Qin, I will only use one blade. If you can block this blade, I will step down and consider it my loss. If you cannot block it, I advise you not to take it head on. It's because, most likely, you will pay a heavy price. Wei Yi spoke slowly. Once again, he activated the qi from his entire body and merged it with the cicada blade in his hand. One person and one blade seemed to have completed some miraculous contract. The person's temperament was the blade's temperament, and the blade's temperament had become the person's temperament. The two had merged perfectly into a transcendental whole. Before this blade had been used, the brewing temperament had already caused the color of all the spectators below the stage to change. Vividly, they all had an ominous feeling. It seems that senior brother Wei Yi is going to use his ultimate skill. Spectacular. I didn't expect that this Qin Wushuang could hold on this much. Humph, no matter how much he can hold on, he has reached his limit. I heard that this blade of senior brother Wei Yi is the ultimate skill that the head palace master had taught him. He had comprehended the basic principles of the 5 elements, and it is extremely miraculous. With Qin Wushuang's strength at the initial stage of the spiritual martial force, he will not be able to block this blade. TSK, even if he loses, Qin Wushuang's battle is enough for him to become famous. Inside the great Luo Empire, which young man could be like Qin Wushuang and use the dark horse to injure the strongest descendant of the Stargaze Palace and shake his ultimate skill? Each of the spectators below the stage felt their blood surging. Especially those martial arts students from the Bayou country, their blood was boiling. They wanted to gather all the energy from their entire body and send it all to Qin Wushuang to help Qin Wushuang finish this battle. They all hoped that Qin Wushuang would win. If Qin Wushuang could take this blade, then, without a doubt, he would become the most dazzling star in this year's core ranking competition. No one could rob him of his brilliance, nor could they rob him of his brilliance. Qin Wushuang's mood was not affected by any external factors. His heart was as calm as still water. He knew better than anyone that the next strike was Wei Yi's strongest strike, and was definitely his trump card. However, Qin Wushuang was very calm. He knew better than anyone else. No matter how heaven-defying Wei Yi's saber was, he, Qin Wushuang, was not afraid. This was because, in the process of his physical body's rapid recovery, Qin Wushuang clearly sensed a powerful aura erupting in his sea of qi and undergoing rapid changes. This kind of change was very wonderful and mysterious, just like the feeling of being reborn when he was in the cave of the Great Kang Mountain. That mystical baptism once again filled his entire body. Last time, Qin Wushuang was muddle-headed, but this time, he grasped with incomparable sensitivity that this was a sign of a breakthrough. He had never thought that at the crucial moment of his battle with senior apprentice brother Wei Yi, there would actually be signs of a breakthrough in his body. Although the signs of a breakthrough did not mean that he would break through immediately, at the very least, this was already knocking on the door of the innate middle spirit realm. In other words, the spiritual qi inside his body had reached the stage where he could hang himself from overflowing. In fact, this stage was equivalent to stepping on the border between the middle stage and the initial stage. On this side of the threshold, he was still at the initial stage, and on the other side, he was already at the middle stage. A wave of unprecedented confidence surged into his heart. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang felt that the damage from senior apprentice brother Wei Yi's fierce attack had been completely healed. Miraculous! Inside Qin Wushuang's head, he repeatedly recalled the experience he had gone through in that cave deep inside the cliff of the Great Kang Mountain. He continued to comprehend and experience that miraculous scene. Then, he verified it with his current feelings. Finally, he understood that the miraculous baptism must have been an extraordinary fortuitous opportunity. Senior apprentice brother Wei Yi, do you really have to use this saber? Within Qin Wushuang's smile, there was no malicious intent. There was only calmness and calmness. It was a calm negotiation. He did not want Wei Yi to use this saber because he did not want to determine the victor between them. To put it precisely, he did not want Wei Yi to lose to him at this moment. However, to Wei Yi, his friendliness was a form of cowardice. Wei Yi said in a low voice, "Senior apprentice brother Qin, the momentum of this saber has been formed. The arrow is already on the bow and must be released. When this saber goes out, there will only be two results. You choose. Qin Wushuang did not speak a word and only revealed a light smile. Wei Yi said coldly, the first result, you will show off and die under my saber. The second result, you will step down from the martial arts stage and save your life. Whether you live or die, it will be your choice. Junior apprentice brother Qin, let me advise you. Don't delay the decision of life and death for a moment of pleasure. Zhuo Buchuan, who was standing in the distance, sighed quietly when he heard these words. In the end, Wei Yi could not suppress the evil intention of this saber. As a bystander, Zhuo Buchuan had heard the intention to seek peace from Qin Wushuang's tone. He also heard the generous and friendly tone from Qin Wushuang. However, Wei Yi did not fully comprehend this point. At this moment, the difference between the stages had become apparent. How could someone as smart as Zhuo Buchuan not see through the change of Qin Wushuang like a phoenix rising from the ashes? How could he not see that Qin Wushuang's injuries were healing at an astonishing speed? In the blink of an eye, he was full of energy and his combat power had increased significantly. Everything was within Zhuo Buchuan's discerning eyes. However, he would never expose it or stop it. Inwardly, he had already seen through the internal strife within the Stargaze Palace. On the other hand, Tan Zhongqi showed a solemn expression. Even someone as experienced as him could not help but feel his heart beat faster. He also saw that Wei Yi would use all his strength in his next saber attack. Could Qin Wushuang, the direct disciple that he had placed all his hopes on, block it? He wanted to stop the competition and ask Qin Wushuang to forfeit. However, since the temperament on the martial arts stage had been formed, the outside world must not interfere. This was the ancestral rule of the Stargaze Palace. Wushuang, Wushuang, at this moment of life and death, I hope you can make the right choice. Inwardly, Tan Zhongqi had already let go of the thought of winning or losing. If it was possible, he hoped that Qin Wushuang would forfeit immediately. At this point in the battle, the line of the Green Cloud Palace would not lose. Just as they had expected, a small loss would be a victory. Raising the saber, Wei Yi raised his left hand lightly. The resplendent light emitted from the body of the saber reflected the splendor of the sun and emitted waves of piercing light. Kai! A sharp piercing sound broke through the air. Suddenly, the light from the cicada saber erupted. It was as if all the light from the sun had been absorbed into the body of the cicada saber. In a flash, the saber light had enveloped the entire martial arts stage in a ball of white light. Everything within one's field of vision was filled with pure and tyrannical light. Zhuo Buchuan gave a long sigh. This saber move was the first move of the 3 saber moves to extinguish the sky that he had taught to Wei Yi. It used the power of nature to imbue the saber light with the gold attribute attack. The destructive power was so great that it could devour the heaven and earth and destroy everything. When he saw Wei Yi's move, he knew that Wei Yi's understanding of the 3 saber moves to extinguish the sky had reached another level. No wonder he had the natural spiritual roots. This saber move borrowed the essence of the sun to form the first move of the saber moves to extinguish the sky. The explosive sound of the gong vibrated in the sky. Carrying an indestructible temperament, it rushed towards Qin Wushuang. Finally, the strongest saber move gushed out with sufficient temperament. It carried an invincible murderous intent as if it wanted to tear Qin Wushuang into pieces. As soon as this saber move was unleashed, there was a wave of surprised cries from below the stage. Everyone felt a wave of pain on the surface of their body. Despite being so far away, the aftermath of the gold attribute attack made them unavoidably take a few steps back. And at this moment, the heaven and earth seemed to have dimmed. All the light seemed to have been absorbed by that saber move and released onto the martial arts stage. In the vision of the Stargaze Palace disciples who were watching the battle from the outside, they could only see a wave of incomparable white light intertwining on the martial arts stage. Besides the saber light, there was nothing else on the entire martial arts stage. It was too shocking. Everyone drew a breath of cold air. Including those who had lost to Qin Wushuang. At this moment, they could not help but feel deeply impressed. For such a saber move, if it were them, most likely they would have been cut into 10,000 pieces. Currently, Qin Wushuang's face seemed to be a towering mountain that had stood for thousands of years. It was as if the earth had remained unchanged for eternity. However, a wave of sharp light shot out from his eyes. Among the tens of thousands of saber lights and endless light, he saw the path of that fatal saber move. It was so clear and bright. Indeed, this saber move had the power to swallow the heaven and earth and break the rivers. However, currently, Qin Wushuang seemed to have jumped out of the three realms and transcended the five elements. Regardless of how the saber light wreaked havoc in the heaven and earth, it was as if he was detached from it. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang's figure twisted and a ball of mist seemed to emerge from his entire body. Then, like a gust of wind, his body flashed and disappeared into the sky. The aura of this saber move pushed forward. Clang! With a violent explosion sound, it was as if even the sky was about to be shattered. It was as if the air had been cut into two halves by this saber light. However, Qin Wushuang, who was standing under this sky, had disappeared under this mysterious saber move. Where did he go? Wei Yi was stunned. When this saber move came down with an indomitable will, he could not predict its power and could not see the situation clearly. He did not even know how Qin Wushuang had disappeared and where he had gone. Where did he go? At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded from the right side of Wei Yi at the moment when the white light faded away. Senior brother Wei Yi, this saber move is indeed overbearing. However, is that all? As soon as this voice came out, Wei Yi's whole body suddenly shook as if he had been electrocuted. He was dumbstruck. How could it be? How could it be? He had only considered two possibilities for this saber move. Either Qin Wushuang was beheaded by the saber momentum, or Qin Wushuang took the initiative to escape from the martial arts arena and give up the competition. However, Qin Wushuang's voice was so indifferent. Obviously, it had nothing to do with the two results that he had thought of. In that case, his bold words from before had already determined that this battle would end in tragedy. He had lost. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 236. Wei Yi lowered his left hand and slowly put down the cicada blade. Instantly, his face dimmed like the blade light on the martial arts stage. All of his temperament, all the atmosphere, suddenly, it was as if a lamp had been blown out. Wei Yi's entire person had lost his soul and revealed an extremely strange expression. There was only one thought in his head: I lost. I lost to Qin Wushuang, the dark horse. Before he had used the first move of the three sword moves to extinguish the sky, he had boasted that if Qin Wushuang could block this move, he would lose. However, the other party did not even block it. He had used some unknown method and disappeared from the place where his blade had locked onto. He had retreated leisurely. This defeat was not his fault, but no matter what, he had lost. Under the eyes of tens of thousands of people, he could not act shamelessly. His identity as the senior brother and the temperament and face he had built in the past also made him unable to act shamelessly. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, he had lost this battle. Even if he did not lose due to his lack of methods, he had lost due to his personality. Tan Zhongqi jumped up from the chair with excitement. Then, he seemed to have realized his loss of self-control as he laughed dryly and sat back down. Second, Qin Wushuang won. Zhuobuchuan laughed leisurely. It seemed that to him, this result was an extremely satisfying and enjoyable scene. The other three palace masters all looked at Zhuobuchuan with dumbstruck expressions. However, Zhuobuchuan gave a long laugh and walked away in large strides. Finally, he had waited for this result. To him, this result was too perfect. Both parties did not get injured again. Yet, they were able to determine the winner and loser of the battle. They had made Wei Yi experience the taste of defeat and pulled him down from the high and mighty throne. This was definitely a good thing. It was 100 times more important than the temporary gains and losses within the sect. And from Qin Wushuang, he also saw the temperament that he admired and expected. Qin Wushuang did not attack or block. Instead, he evaded skillfully. This evasive move was profound. It had completely revealed Qin Wushuang's peaceful mentality. If Qin Wushuang wanted to follow up his victory with a hot pursuit, he could have seized the opportunity to attack before Wei Yi's saber was completed. But he did not. This was the stage that Shuobuchuan had always predicted. Below the martial arts stage, a wave of cheers and applause rang out like thunder. It was like a tide, rising more and more fiercely without stopping for a long time. Whether it was those who supported Qin Wushuang before, those who had doubts about Qin Wushuang, or even those who were not convinced by Qin Wushuang, they could not help but be impressed by his wonderful performance. There was no reason for them to refuse to accept this battle. Other than admiration, there was only admiration. Just now, that saber strike that had seized the momentum of heaven and earth had made them feel that they were in imminent danger. However, Qin Wushuang, who was on the martial arts stage, was able to so calmly and easily avoid it, and firmly grasp the victory in his hands. This was strength, a strength that no one could doubt. In the world of the elite warriors, if you had strength, even your enemies could not help but cheer for you. And those people who were familiar with Qin Wushuang even hugged each other and cheered. A few disciples from the Bayou country had formed a group to cheer for Qin Wushuang. Of course, they were overjoyed. It seemed that Qin Wushuang's victory also belonged to them and the entire Bayou country. As fellow countrymen, they felt the same way. They felt extremely proud of Qin Wushuang's victory and honor. Wei Yi's expression dimmed as he took a deep breath. He looked at Qin Wushuang with a complicated expression and said with a lonely tone, "Junior brother Qin, for this battle, you won. Senior brother Qin did not lose." Qin Wushuang said with a graceful demeanor. "No." Wei Yi smiled bitterly, "I lost. Even if I did not lose in terms of moves, in terms of temperament and stage, I have lost. My master often exhorts me to not forget the pursuit of the realm. After this battle, vividly, I seem to have grasped the true stage." After he had finished, he cupped his hands in a salute to Qin Wushuang. "Although I have lost, I accept it wholeheartedly. Up to this point, I have no complaints, only gratitude. In the future, it will be all thanks to this battle that I will have a breakthrough in my stage." After he had finished speaking, he laughed and his mood had become much more open. The entire sky had suddenly become higher and wider. The blue sky and white clouds had appeared so familiar and intimate. It made him feel that in this vast world, there were too many things worth pursuing. How could it be compared to the temporary gains and losses of this 1,000-meter martial arts stage? Ha ha, the sharp chains of fame are like the floating clouds in the sky. If I cannot get rid of it, it will always be a haze. Once I get rid of it, the clouds will be light and the wind will be light. I will not participate in the battle for third or fourth place. Third or fourth place, what does it matter to me? This Wei Yi had the natural spiritual roots. Initially, he was smart and had only been blinded for a moment. Once he had an epiphany, his stage naturally increased greatly and he had seen through all his obsessions. Qin Wushuang looked at Wei Yi's back as he left. He was deep in thought and suddenly smiled. It was as if a door had been opened in the depths of his soul and he suddenly became enlightened. Senior brother Wei Yi is after all a super genius. Once he had an epiphany, he was so confident and at ease. Qin Wushuang's impression of Wei Yi had improved greatly. The referee came up to the stage and loudly announced Qin Wushuang's victory. Qin Wushuang only smiled, but there was no ecstasy. In this battle, the gains of fame and fortune, compared to the gains that others could not see, seemed so insignificant. The improvement in his stage, the signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation, as well as the recognition in various aspects, made Qin Wushuang feel that having a competitor like senior brother Wei Yi was his life's fortune. In particular, Wei Yi's confident manner of leaving made Qin Wushuang greatly admire him. To be able to have an epiphany at this moment, and to be able to comprehend the stage in the blink of an eye after suffering a major defeat, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Compared to the twists and turns of Qin Wushuang's battle, the battle between Zhu Fu and Miao Zhengxia appeared ordinary. It did not have any unexpected things that would make one's heart throb. Miao Zhengxia also did not show the strength and determination to challenge Zhu Fu. After a stalemate, he was defeated without any suspense. At this point, A dreamy situation that even Tan Zhongqi did not dare to imagine had appeared. The two people who had entered the finals of this year's core disciple ranking competition were actually the two disciples that he was most proud of. They had actually met. This situation, even the person with the richest imagination, before the start of the core disciple ranking competition, would absolutely not have imagined it. Even before the semifinals, no one would have believed that such a scene would appear. Because Wei Yi's advantage was too obvious. And his previous authority also made people unable to have any bold expectations of Qin Wushuang, this dark horse. But the biggest upset since the start of the competition had finally appeared. Qin Wushuang, this dark horse, was actually dark all the way. The competition in the second half of the competition was also equally exciting. And the one who reaped the greatest benefits was still the Green Cloud Palace. Tan Zhongqi's second disciple, Lu Teng, and his third disciple, Jian Rui, also won and met for the top 90. In the core disciple ranking competition, the Green Cloud Palace actually took 4 places, directly suppressing the head palace masters faction. If it was just the number of places, then it would be fine. But this time, the Green Cloud Palace actually took the first place that the head palace masters faction had for many years, directly securing the first and second place. Tan Zhongqi's heart was bursting with joy. This pride could not be described with any words. And the other 3 palace masters could only look on enviously. At the same time, they did not forget to find excuses to say that the Green Cloud Palace had good luck in the draw. Otherwise, there would definitely not be a situation where they took 4 places in the top 10. For the head palace masters faction, Hong Li, if he had not been injured in the battle with Qin Wushuang, the fight for the top 90 would not have been without him. In any case, Hong Li was the 7th seeded contestant in the last competition. However, regardless of the reason, in the end, the result of the Green Cloud Palace was obvious to all. Not to mention other things, just the honor of meeting in the finals was enough to convince them. Although Wei Yi's defeat was not a true loss, regardless, it was a fact that he could not win against Qin Wushuang. Even after unleashing his strongest blade attack, he still could not hurt Qin Wushuang. It meant that when Qin Wushuang met with Wei Yi, he would not lose. Qin Wushuang was still Qin Wushuang. It seemed that this name was destined to become a legend in the Stargaze Palace. Once again, he had become a hot topic in the entire Stargaze Palace. Just this point alone was enough for him to become the talk of the entire Stargaze Palace, as he was able to cause a change in the ranking competition that had remained unchanged for many years. For the last round of the competition, there was no need to draw lots. The 2 that had advanced to the semifinals were Qin Wushuang and Zhu Fu. They both came from the Green Cloud Palace. And the 2 that advanced to the 3rd and 4th place were Wei Yi and Miao Zhongxia. Since Wei Yi had already announced publicly that he was giving up on the 3rd and 4th place, through the discussion between the 5 palace masters, Miao Zhongxia was automatically ranked 3rd and Wei Yi was ranked 4th. Of course, this ranking made Tian Zhixing, the 5th palace master, feel somewhat ashamed. Miao Zhongxia had suppressed Wei Yi? Regardless of how one looked at it, this ranking seemed somewhat awkward. However, since Shuabuchuan, the head palace master, had spoken, the rules of the Stargaze Palace were the same. Those who gave up would lose. This was an unchanging rule since the ancient times. The only suspense would be the internal conflict within the Green Cloud Palace. In the end, in the last battle, Qin Wushuang would face his own senior sister and the focus of all the male disciples, Zhu Fu. What kind of performance would he show? Would he continue to advance, suppress Zhu Fu and take first place in the ranking competition? Or would he give up and let his own senior sister to fulfill Zhu Fu's wish? Usually, the outcome would be unexpected. Qin Wushuang did not announce that he was giving up. On the other hand, Zhu Fu insisted on fulfilling Qin Wushuang's wish after negotiating with Tan Zhongqi during the rest day. She gave up on participating in the finals. Helpless, Tan Zhongqi could only agree. He knew that with Qin Wushuang's temperament and combat power, even Zhu Fu, the head senior sister, would not be able to resist his sharpness. Since Zhu Fu insisted, Tan Zhongqi could only comply with her wishes. He also knew that Zhu Fu was sincere. She hoped that Qin Wushuang would step out and carry the line of the Green Cloud Palace. She even hoped that he would lead the younger generation of the Stargaze Palace forward. This way, the most dramatic ranking competition in the history of the Stargaze Palace was born. A dark horse with an unstoppable temperament had climbed directly to the champion seat of the ranking competition. Qin Wushuang, this name that was destined to become a legend, had been written into the history of the Stargaze Palace. P.S. Today, I am writing here. The results of the ranking competition are out and Li Tian seems to have reached the peak in one breath. He has no energy to write anymore. Let's call it a day until 3 o'clock. Let me catch my breath and perfect the outline. It will pave the way for the following journey. Tomorrow, 4 o'clock is a must. In Li Tian's update plan, there will not be 3 consecutive updates. To be continued. If you want to know about the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 237. The results of the core ranking competition had been revealed. Finally, the grand event that had lasted for close to 20 days had ended with a bang. Now, it was already the 27th day of the 12th lunar month and the year was about to end. Regardless of the results of the core ranking competition, this exam had become a thing of the past. Everything must be looked forward. All branches of each palace were gathering their disciples to analyze their gains and losses. Naturally, the branch of the Green Cloud Palace was no exception. Currently, the Green Cloud Palace had a lot of support. Vividly, they had surpassed the branch of the head palace master. Of course, Tan Zhongqi was extremely happy. This time, he had gained a lot from the core ranking competition. Once again, 13 core disciples gathered inside the Green Cloud Palace. The other advanced and initial disciples gathered outside the palace. Currently, the mood of these thousands of disciples was completely different than before the core ranking competition. Regardless of their individual results, each of them was beaming with joy. This time, the Green Cloud Palace had gained a lot of attention. 4 of them had made it to the top 10. In the past 10 years, even the branch of the head palace master had not achieved this result. And their branch of the Green Cloud Palace had done it. Being disciples of the Green Cloud Palace, they felt extremely proud. This sense of pride allowed the disciples of the Green Cloud Palace to become familiar with each other. Regardless of whether they knew each other, they could gather together and chat. Of course, the content of their chat was related to the core ranking competition. Even Tan Zhongqi did not expect that the benefits of the core disciple ranking competition would be so great. It had greatly increased the cohesion of the disciples. Apparently, these disciples had gathered here with expectations. This was because Tan Zhongqi had personally promised that no matter if it was a core disciple, advanced disciple, or primary disciple, everyone would be gathered together to celebrate. Of course, they would have to wait. It was because the core disciples needed to meet first. Then, he would arrange for them to meet with everyone. At that time, they could ask the core disciples for advice if they had any questions regarding training. Of course, these disciples would cherish this rare opportunity. Usually, although they were disciples of the Green Cloud Palace on the surface, the training at the Stargaze Palace was guided by the teacher. It was up to them to learn the skills. Based on each person's unique characteristics, the mental cultivation methods and martial arts manuals given to them were not the same, but basically, the levels were about the same. Therefore, since they were not core disciples, they usually did not have the right to directly ask the second palace master for guidance. Therefore, they naturally cherished this opportunity to ask a core disciple for guidance. At this moment, in the inner palace, Tan Zhongqi was in high spirits. Disciples, this is a victory that belongs to you. While I am happy for you, I also hope that you will continue to work hard. There was an old saying that went, it's easy to conquer a country, but difficult to defend it. In the future, it is impossible to achieve such heaven-defying results every time. However, I hope that all of you will realize the significance of this result. I also hope that you understand that there is nothing impossible in this world. As long as you are willing to work hard and climb, when the opportunity comes, there will always be an ideal result. Fu you are the eldest senior sister. Why don't you express your thoughts on this matter? Ju Fu turned to look at Qin Wushuang with a smile. Teacher, according to the rules, I have to step down from my position as the head senior sister. Now, junior brother Wushuang should be promoted to head senior brother. Each line of the Stargaze Palace had an unwritten rule. They would take turns to be the boss and they would be ranked according to their strength. However, Qin Wushuang did not have the desire to compete as he refused with a smile. Head senior sister, everything else is negotiable. However, I would never dare to be the head senior brother. Tan Zhongqi laughed and waved his hand. Since Wushuang is refusing, don't force him. Anyways, you already let him win once during the core ranking competition. You should continue to be the head senior sister. Wushuang is the youngest. Let him continue to be the junior brother. Tan Zhongqi's words had helped Qin Wushuang to get out of the difficult situation. When he saw the duel between Qin Wushuang and Wei Yi, he saw that Qin Wushuang had intentionally suppressed his momentum and did not want to show off too much. Now, if he were to become the head senior brother, the pressure from all aspects might affect Qin Wushuang's training. Thus, as his teacher, of course he had to step out to reduce the pressure. Teacher, these are the rules. Besides, with junior brother Wushuang's strength, it would not be a problem for him to be the head senior brother. Don't you guys think so? Ju Fu turned to ask the other junior brothers. The other junior brothers all smiled and did not express their opinion. They also did not know how to express their opinion. Since Ju Fu and Qin Wushuang were all super strong, they would not object regardless of who became the boss. Tan Zhongqi said seriously, Wushuang is new here and is not familiar with many things in the Stargaze Palace. You must carry the heavy responsibility of being the head senior sister. Hearing her teacher's insistence, Ju Fu could only nod. Okay, I will pick for our future senior brother Wushuang. After a pause, she chuckled. Teacher, let the other junior brothers talk about their thoughts. Every year, it's me speaking. I've almost used up all my words. Tan Zhongqi smiled and could only say, you guys, if you have anything to say, just say it. He stopped to look at LV Ting and laughed. Second, this time you have sacrificed a lot. Do you feel a little uncomfortable? LV Ting had dropped from the 8th place last year to the 9th place this year. He had dropped 1 place. Hearing his teacher's question, LV Ting immediately shook his head and said fearfully, Teacher, I thought about it. When I met that Deng Bohu, even if I fought with all my strength, I would still lose. It's a wise choice to give up strategically. Or else, if I got injured while fighting with that Deng Bohu, I am afraid I would have a worse result in the later competitions. Tan Zhongqi nodded. That's right, a temporary loss is nothing. Regardless, this core ranking competition is only an annual exam in the Stargaze Palace. It does not hold any decisive meaning. Since the rules have been like this for generations, each palace placed great importance on it. After a long time, this ranking competition has become the biggest event before the new year. He turned to ask his third disciple, Jian Rui, Third, this time you did well and made it into the top 10. This is a special opportunity, you must cherish it. I know. Jian Rui said concisely. Then, Tan Zhongqi shifted his gaze to Qin Wushuang. Wushuang, you are not going to say anything? Qin Wushuang said with a smile when he was called by his teacher. What do you want me to say? Just say whatever you think. Tan Zhongqi said casually. After a moment of thinking, Qin Wushuang said, Since you have instructed, I will be bold enough to say a few words. After entering the Stargaze Palace for half a year, I feel that indeed, the Stargaze Palace is full of talented people. However, there are some problems that we must pay attention to. Oh, what problems? Tan Zhongqi asked with interest. From my observation, although all disciples of the Stargaze Palace are disciples of the Stargaze Palace, the prejudice within the sect is too deep. Being the number 1 sect in the Great Luo Empire, the disciples of the Stargaze Palace seem to lack a sense of crisis. There are no wolf-like opponents, no dangerous living environment, and a lack of life and death experiences. To a major sect, this seems to be too comfortable. When Qin Wushuang said these words, the expression of those core disciples changed slightly. They never thought that Qin Wushuang would dare to say such words. Indeed, these words were somewhat bold. He had directly pointed out the survival strategy of the Stargaze Palace. Instantly, Tan Zhongqi's expression became much more solemn. He remained silent as if he was thinking deeply about something. Qin Wushuang was calm. Since his teacher had asked him to say whatever he wanted, and there were no outsiders here, he would speak directly. For this problem, Qin Wushuang had realized it when he was training at the virtuous Cloud Mountain Range. At the gathering at the Nature Manifestation Valley, he had experienced it even more deeply. In the end, this year-end exam and the core ranking competition were only exams. They did not have the mentality to deal with the crisis. If it were the previous Qin Wushuang, he would not have said such words. However, now, since he was the champion of the core ranking competition, he had become one of the core powerhouses of the Stargaze Palace. Standing at this height, of course, he had to consider more. Unconsciously, he had to shoulder more responsibilities. After a while, Tan Zhongqi gave a long sigh and nodded. Once upon a time, when I was your age, I was also high-spirited. However, after a few decades of peace, I gradually became content with the current situation. I always felt strange. I am still me, and I have not changed. Could it be that I have lost my passion because of my age? Today, after hearing your words, I finally found the crux of the problem, the sense of crisis. That's right, it's these 3 words. Tan Zhongqi sighed. Wushuang, now, I am truly fortunate to have taken you in as a disciple. It's the fortune of the Green Cloud Palace. For this problem, I could not find an answer. Today, your words have awakened me from my dream. For this problem, I need to talk to the head palace master. Perhaps, after being the core sect of the Great Luo Empire for a long time, our disciples have become content with the current situation. Great. Wushuang, since you have said these words, it proves that you are truly thinking. Qin Wushuang did not claim the credit as he only smiled. It's only because I came from an ordinary background since I was a child. I worked from the bottom and lived in a dangerous environment. Everywhere, there were strong enemies eyeing me covetously. Thus, the sense of crisis is even stronger. I feel that to a person and a sect, being vigilant in times of peace is of great significance. For example, the Baiyu country has always been at odds with the Great Wu. This is the sense of crisis. For example, my family used to be a humble class at the bottom of the Baiyu country. A few major powerhouses wanted to take over my family business. This is also the sense of crisis. When Qin Wushuang said here, finally, those other core disciples revealed a thoughtful expression. Vividly, they began to understand why Qin Wushuang had said those words, and why Qin Wushuang had surpassed him and achieved such enchanting achievements. P.S. Today, there will be no excuses, I will finish the 4 chapters. No matter how late I finish it. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 238. Tan Zhongqi thought over Qin Wushuang's words and mumbled, a sense of crisis. Suddenly, his expression froze as he fixed his gaze on Qin Wushuang and asked seriously, Wushuang, as you said, how should the Stargaze Palace nurture disciples? I am new and would not dare to overstep my boundaries. However, since you asked, I would not dare to not answer. I think that the disciples of the Stargaze Palace should go out and not hide in the virtuous Cloud Mountain Range to train. Tan Zhongqi gave a long sigh. Go out. For this matter, it's easier said than done. Wushuang, you don't know much about the situation in the Tian Xian land. It's easy to talk about going out. However, it would take a lot of thinking to go out. However, soon, you guys will get such a chance. Chance? Ju Fu blinked her eyes. Teacher, what chance? Tan Zhongqi laughed. The first day of the new year is the day when the Stargaze Palace pays respects to our ancestors. At that time, the top 10 core disciples will receive public recognition and rewards. At that time, the head palace master will mention this matter to you guys. This is what I told you before the core disciple ranking competition. The top 10 will receive special rewards. This time, the chance to go out is the special reward. Hearing that only the top 10 would have the chance, the other core disciples could not help but feel somewhat disappointed. Tan Zhongqi said with a smile, "Okay, regardless of your results in this ranking competition, I hope you guys remember that it's all in the past. Next, everyone should enjoy these happy days at the end of the year. Use a new mentality to face the new year." He looked at the outer palace and said again, "This year is a bumper harvest." Being from the same line as the Green Cloud Palace, you core disciples have always been the role models for the other disciples. Today, everyone is gathered together, you guys should go out and meet with them. Let them be happy too. Yes. Although these core disciples were much more talented and had higher cultivation than the other disciples, they were still human after all. They also had human emotions, so they were not opposed to this arrangement. As soon as the 13 core disciples walked out, the thousands of disciples in the outer hall immediately became silent. They all had excited expressions as they watched the idols in their hearts walk out. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and surround them. Tan Zhongqi smiled and said, "If any of you have any questions, you can use this opportunity to ask the core disciples. But remember, don't flock to one person." He was afraid that these disciples would blindly chase after stars and only recognize one or two popular ones while ignoring the other core disciples. If that was the case, the situation would be very embarrassing. Indeed, Tan Zhongqi had the foresight. If he hadn't made the announcement, most likely these people would have rushed towards Qin Wushuang and Zhu Fu, those popular elite warriors. But after his warning, these disciples obviously didn't dare to be presumptuous. Each and every one of them was very tactful and orderly. They thought about some of the cultivation problems they usually encountered and asked these core disciples who they usually couldn't curry favor with. Although Qin Wushuang and Zhu Fu's popularity was still much higher, but at least there wasn't an awkward situation where they all flocked to them. As for Qin Wushuang, because he was a newcomer, everyone didn't know much about him. And he was also the champion of the new ranking competition. His popularity was so high that it faintly showed signs of suppressing Zhu Fu. Unavoidably, the questions he had to face were not just questions about cultivation. There were many gossipy questions that came one after another, making it difficult for him to face them. Facing the fanatical emotions of these disciples, although Qin Wushuang was not easy to handle, he was still very patient. Those that he could answer, he answered carefully and patiently. Those that he couldn't answer, he just smiled and said something. His friendliness had won him a good reputation among his fellow disciples. Many disciples were excitedly thinking, so senior brother Qin's strength was so high, and his personality was so easygoing. He didn't have the arrogance of an expert. This was really rare. The gathering lasted all the way until evening before it finally ended. Those disciples were still somewhat unsatisfied and reluctant to leave. After dinner, Qin Wushuang suddenly remembered his promise with Shakyamuni Li Hua and could not help but feel somewhat embarrassed. He had made a promise with Shakyamuni Li Hua to listen to him talk about Dandao every night. After so long, he never had the chance. Since he had nothing to do today, he might as well pay him a visit. When he arrived at the Li Hua Palace, Shakyamuni Li Hua obviously didn't expect Qin Wushuang to come at this time. He laughed. "Wushuang, oh Wushuang, I thought you were young and had already forgotten our promise." "Ha ha." Qin Wushuang was still extremely humble. "It's not that I'm putting on airs, but that I really have no time to come. Last time I was going to come, but when I learned that our country was invaded by foreign enemies, I rushed to the country without stopping and traveled for a month. When I came back, it was already the Laba gathering. The year-end exam and the core disciple ranking competition. I had no time to be distracted. Please forgive me." Shakyamuni Li Hua laughed. "I'm just joking with you, don't take it seriously. Alright, we don't have to be so deliberate. Let's talk about some family matters and slowly introduce it to Dandao, how about it? I will listen to your arrangements, I am all ears." Yes, the knowledge of Dandao has a long history. In fact, the knowledge is as vast as the sea. In the history of the Stargaze Palace, there were many seniors who excelled in Dandao. Just when Shakyamuni Li Hua was about to speak frankly, suddenly, a wave of hurried footsteps came in from outside the door. "Teacher." "Chem? What's the matter, why are you in such a hurry?" Shakyamuni Li Hua was somewhat unhappy when he was interrupted. "Teacher, something happened." that disciple said with an anxious expression. Something happened? What happened? Shakyamuni Li Hua asked lightly. At the beginning of this year, we sent out 60 herbalist boys and divided them into 6 groups. 5 of them have already rushed back to prepare for the new year. As for the group of herb gatherers that went to the Green Jade Mountain, they never returned. None of them came back. Shakyamuni Li Hua frowned tightly. None of them came back. That disciple said with determination, our Stargaze Palace has a strict rule. Regardless of how far they went, unless there were special circumstances, they must come back for the new year to participate in the ancestor worship. These guys, it's impossible that they don't even remember this. Shakyamuni Li Hua nodded with a solemn expression. Most likely, something happened since they did not come back this late. That Green Jade Mountain is not a good place. I must talk to the head palace master. He looked at Qin Wushuang apologetically. Wushuang, in the past, you were busy and could not leave. Today, I must take a leave. Hearing their conversation, Qin Wushuang knew that it was indeed a major matter. At the moment, he did not hesitate and nodded. Please go ahead. Shakyamuni Li Hua also did not hesitate as he stood up and said, Tong Yang. Tong Yang had been waiting outside. When he heard the Shakyamuni's call, he immediately walked in. When he saw Qin Wushuang, joy appeared on his face. Teacher, senior brother Qin. Before the people of the Stargaze Palace, Tong Yang did not dare to break the rules. He called Qin Wushuang senior brother Qin. Tong Yang, since you and Wushuang are from the same hometown and are good friends, please take care of him for me. Take him to the pill recipe and flip through the pill scriptures. If you want to try to make some simple pills, you can try it according to the methods recorded in the recipe. We cannot afford the expensive pill materials. As for the ordinary materials, you can get it. Shakyamuni Li Hua instructed and said goodbye to Qin Wushuang. Then, he walked out the door in a hurry. Tong Yang was overjoyed when he saw that the Shakyamuni had given him a chance to spend some time with Qin Wushuang alone. He laughed, Brother Qin, come with me to the pill recipe. The 2 old friends went to the pill room. Now, Tong Yang was also an assistant of the pill recipe. Thus, he had a lot of freedom in the beginning and was familiar with the pill materials recorded in the recipe. He asked with a smile, Brother Qin, it's rare for the Shakyamuni to be so generous, do you want to try? Qin Wushuang smiled lightly, for now, I don't lack any pills. Brother Tong, sit down. Since we are friends, let's chat since we rarely get together. Tong Yang rubbed his hands and felt somewhat restrained. This time, Qin Wushuang was in the limelight and made him feel a lot of pressure. Brother Qin, please don't call me Brother Tong. If you don't mind, you can call me a Yang. With my little strength, I don't deserve to be called your brother. Tong Yang said politely. A Yang? That's fine, it doesn't seem too distant. You also don't need to call me that. Just call me Wushuang like the seniors. By the way, last time you said that a few disciples from the Bai you would gather before the new year. When is the date? It's tomorrow night. Are you free, Wushuang? Tong Yang asked worriedly. Qin Wushuang could not help but laugh. All the activities for this year have ended. If you guys are free, then I am free. Tong Yang chuckled, that's hard to say. Now, you are the most popular person among the younger generation of the Stargaze Palace. You are different than us initial stage disciples. What if your teacher wants you to work hard day and night? Ha ha. Qin Wushuang only smiled and did not speak. Suddenly, he asked, Little Yang, recently, do you have any information about the Bayou? He remembered that Tong Yang's family was extremely skilled at gathering information and had a wide network. Usually, news from the Bayou would come from Tong Yang and reach other people's ears. Tong Yang said, the compensation from the Great Wu will arrive before the new year. From now on, they will pay tribute year after year. They are asking for it. As for our heavenly royal territory, the construction of the royal city is also in full swing. I believe you already saw it when you went back last time. Yes, what's the reaction from the West Chu? Since the Great Wu had lost their martial saint, they could not make any big waves. They could only follow orders. He was more worried about some changes in the West Chu. The West Chu is also scared of you. Now, I think that in less than 3 days, the news of you winning the core ranking competition will spread across all major subordinate countries. By that time, the West Chu will be even more cautious. I think that even if the West Chu is still stronger than the Bai Yu, they would not dare to make a rash move. That's good. Qin Wushuang nodded. Suddenly, Tong Yang said, Wushuang, does my sister have a good relationship with you? This question came out of the blue and made Qin Wushuang stunned. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 239. Achem. After a moment of shock, Qin Wushuang nodded. Your sister is a heroine among women. Indeed, she has helped me a lot and is my good friend. No wonder, my sister had sent a few letters to ask about your situation. Especially when you had returned to the country and killed 2 martial saints. She had spoken highly of you. My sister said that at the beginning of next year, she would come to visit me at the Stargaze Palace. She hoped that she could meet you at that time and catch up with you. Sure. Qin Wushuang was somewhat impressed when he remembered Tong Yaro's capable and experienced style and her personality that valued friendship and righteousness. That night, he made an appointment with Tong Yang to let those disciples from the Bai Yu country gather outside the Green Cloud Palace. Qin Wushuang would be in charge of receiving them. Currently, Qin Wushuang was an elite figure at the Green Cloud Palace. He had the power to receive a few of his fellow countrymen. That night, Tong Yang and the other 5 disciples from the Bai Yu country arrived at the entrance of the Green Cloud Palace. Qin Wushuang led them to the outer palace and served them tea. Although they were all disciples from the Bai Yu country, at this moment, the difference between them had become apparent. Half a year ago, they were still on the same starting line and competing for the championship of the martial arts student exam. However, now, Qin Wushuang was already the champion of the core ranking competition. And they were only insignificant initial stage disciples. Looking at the majestic and imposing Green Cloud Palace, the few of them felt as if they were looking up at a tall mountain. They knew that in their lifetime, they most likely would not have the chance to approach Qin Wushuang's achievements. Ever since Qin Wushuang had entered the Green Cloud Palace, he had been favored by the head of the Green Cloud Palace. And they could only reluctantly become disciples of an elder. This had already widened the gap. After entering the Stargaze Palace, Qin Wushuang had become an advanced disciple directly. And they had started from the initial stage. During the year-end exam, their exam results were average. However, Qin Wushuang had taken first place in the advanced disciple exam. He had advanced with a record of getting perfect scores in all 6 exams. Then, he had become even more unstoppable as he had charged to the champion seat of the core ranking competition. From then on, he became an existence that they could only look up to. After Simon Xing had toured the outer palace of the Green Cloud Palace, he clicked his tongue and praised, Marquis Wushuang, initially at the South Cloud State City, I already knew that you were not an ordinary person. However, honestly, I didn't expect that you had hidden such tremendous potential. Indeed, you have soared to the sky. Right now, the entire Great Luo Empire should be spreading rumors of your near-mythical existence, right? I believe that once the news of you being the champion of the core ranking competition had spread back to the Bai Yu country, for sure, the entire country would be boiling with excitement and tens of thousands of people would worship you. Wn Jinpeng and He Zicheng both had some doubts about Qin Wushuang's strength. At least before the battle with Qi Yinfeng in the West Wind Valley, they had the same doubts. However, reality told them what a miracle was. At this moment, they were in the Green Cloud Palace and could feel this sacred and solemn miracle even more. Haha, thinking about it, we are so lucky. Being an initial stage disciple, we are able to gather with the most exceptional disciples of the younger generation. If word got out, I am afraid countless people would be jealous, right? He Zicheng also gave a long sigh. He was also intimidated by the awe-inspiring temperament of the Green Cloud Palace. Inwardly, he had developed an incomparable sense of admiration towards the Palace Master level sect. Only, a teacher for a day, a father for life. Most likely, they would not have the chance to become a disciple at the Palace Master level. On the other hand, Wen Jinpeng was a pragmatist as he said with a smile, Marquis Wushuang, we are all from the same hometown. In the future, if there are any problems in training, please enlighten us. Tong Yang immediately said, Wushuang is a warm-hearted person. For such a small matter, it will not be a problem. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, since we are from the same hometown, it would not be a problem for us to learn from each other. Even if we are not from the same hometown, as disciples of the Stargaze Palace, we should learn from each other. You guys, don't be too restrained. Qin Wushuang could see that these guys were still somewhat restrained. He could understand. After all, with their current status, it would be difficult for them to act freely when they arrived at the Green Cloud Palace. Hearing his words, Tong Yang and the others became slightly more relaxed and the topic became more relaxed. Some questions about cultivation were also asked one after another. Currently, these 6 people were only pre-Sky Realm martial artists and had not reached stage 9 of the genuine force. Thus, to Qin Wushuang, their questions were a piece of cake. With a few words of advice, he had made them feel endlessly comfortable. That night, the gathering only dispersed in the middle of the night. In the blink of an eye, New Year's Eve arrived. On this day, all the disciples of the Stargaze Palace walked out from the corners and took a break from their busy lives. They had forgotten all about training and solitary training. On the last day of the year, naturally, it was a time to relax. This was the first year after Qin Wushuang had left the Eastwood town. There was the so-called saying of missing one's family during the festive season. Naturally, Qin Wushuang felt somewhat homesick during this festive season. Although, he had only left his hometown for a month. When he thought about his father, his sister, and that unborn little guy in his sister's belly, Qin Wushuang felt extremely warm inwardly. The sound of gongs, drums, firecrackers, and all kinds of joyful songs and laughter reverberated throughout the sky of the Stargaze Palace. Currently, it was the most lively day of the year at the Stargaze Palace. Qin Wushuang and those senior brothers from his own sect were also mingling together. Under the organization of Ju Fu, a group of female disciples also filled the Green Cloud Palace with a festive atmosphere. Everywhere, they decorated the place with lanterns and colored banners. Qin Wushuang was somewhat surprised. From his impression, he thought that for a major sect like the Stargaze Palace, besides training, they would not care too much about these complicated formalities like the secular world. Unexpectedly, the entire Stargaze Palace valued this festive season like the secular world. The atmosphere was extremely lively. On the eve of the new year, all disciples of the Green Cloud Palace gathered together to celebrate. After the banquet, Tan Zhengqi found Qin Wushuang. Teacher, do you have any orders? Qin Wushuang walked before Tan Zhengqi and asked. Regarding that problem you mentioned, I talked to the head palace master today. Unexpectedly, my words made the head palace master sigh. Wushuang, do you know what the head palace master said? I don't know. Qin Wushuang said with a smile. Tan Zhengqi laughed. The head palace master sighed. Then, he told me with emotion, second, I have been waiting for you guys to say these words for many years. Until now, you are the first person to talk to me about this matter. When I heard these words, I felt extremely ashamed. It turned out that he was also worried about this matter and was troubled by it. Wushuang, I am ashamed. I always thought about how to compete with the head palace master's line. In the end, I was short-sighted. If your words had not woken me up, I don't know how long I would have been in a daze. Since the head palace master was able to stay awake, it is enough to see that his stage is far above me and the other palace masters. Although the Green Cloud Palace has taken all the top 10 spots of the core disciples, with my stage, I still have to look up to the head palace master. As he said, he glanced at Qin Wushuang with eyes full of appreciation. Wushuang, the head palace master heard me say that you asked this question. He was extremely surprised and said that he wanted to see you alone to talk to you. Do you dare to go? Qin Wushuang said with a smile, the head palace master is the head of the Stargaze Palace. If he wants to see me, regardless of whether I dare or not, I should go. I think that the head palace master is the same as you and is a generous elder. I am not afraid of him. Tan Zhengqi laughed. Everyone in the Stargaze Palace knows that the head palace master is a generous elder. As for me, perhaps in your eyes, I am generous. However, in the eyes of the disciples outside of the Green Cloud Palace, I am most likely an extremely serious and unreasonable old guy. Qin Wushuang smiled. He knew his teacher's personality. He was generous and protective of his disciples. Thus, in the eyes of the outside world, he appeared somewhat unreasonable. However, in the end, his teacher's personality was still generous. "All right, hurry up and go." The head palace master said that after the banquet, he will wait for you at the star-picking platform. Star-picking platform? Qin Wushuang was surprised. What? Tan Zhongqi said with a smile, that star-picking platform is a place that only us old guys are qualified to go up. The head palace master is receiving you there, the treatment is quite high. The star-picking platform was built at the highest place behind that giant martial arts stage. It was a towering platform that connected the earth to the sky and gave off a majestic aura. Usually, the 5 palace masters would only go up there when they were watching their disciples duel. It was an extremely majestic and holy place. Naturally, Qin Wushuang was somewhat surprised when he heard that the head palace master was waiting for him at the star-picking platform. After bidding farewell to Tan Zhongqi, he walked towards that star-picking platform. He kept climbing up and finally arrived at the foot of the star-picking platform. Qin Wushuang walked up the stairs as if he was climbing a tall tower. Finally, he arrived at the top floor. With the cold wind blowing, he looked down and saw that the giant Stargaze Palace was like a chessboard. All the palaces, pavilions, and halls were arranged in an orderly manner like chess pieces. From this, one could tell how high the terrain was. Qin Wushuang greets the head palace master. Qin Wushuang bowed to a faintly discernible figure in the darkness. Qin Wushuang. The head palace master slowly turned around and a trace of a mysterious smile hung on his face. "You are here." "I am here to greet the head palace master under my teacher's orders." "Yes, I am not talking about your arrival. I am saying that the genius arranged for the Stargaze Palace has finally arrived." Zhuobuchuan, the head palace master, smiled lightly. He waved his hand and motioned Qin Wushuang to walk over. Qin Wushuang stood while holding onto the railing and felt the cold wind blowing against his face. He felt this incomparable height and looked down at the entire Stargaze Palace. For a time, a strange feeling emerged from his heart. "Qin Wushuang, standing here, do you feel lonely at the top?" A trace of surprise appeared in Qin Wushuang's eyes. A moment ago, such a thought had flashed across his mind. Could it be that the head palace master had the miraculous ability to read people's minds? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 240. Zhuobuchuan, the head palace master, looked at Qin Wushuang and laughed leisurely. "Do you feel strange that I could see through your inner thoughts?" "Indeed, I don't understand." Indeed, before this head palace master, Qin Wushuang felt a sense of mystery and unpredictability. Yes, the name of this star-picking stage is Picking Stars. It's obvious how high it is. Under such absolute height, looking down at the world and looking down at all living things, even the entire Stargaze Palace appeared so small. Naturally, one would feel a sense of transcendence and feel the loneliness at the top. Especially for someone like you, who has great potential and rarely has any rivals among the young generation, it's normal to feel this way. Hearing Zhuobuchuan's analysis, Qin Wushuang immediately realized the truth. Indeed, as the head palace master had said, Qin Wushuang seemed to have gotten used to being an elite warrior. Being the number 1 person in the Stargaze Palace, the head palace master had absolute authority. Naturally, he had a better grasp of the mentality of an elite warrior. Now, he finally understood why the head palace master had met him at this place. "Qin Wushuang, if I was not here and you were alone here, what kind of emotions would you feel?" "I am rather curious." After a moment of thinking, Qin Wushuang suddenly thought of something and sighed, not seeing the ancients before, not seeing the future, thinking of the heavens and earth, crying alone. Inwardly, Zhuobuchuan was moved and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. He pondered over Qin Wushuang's lines and said with surprise, "You thought of this on the spot?" Suddenly, Qin Wushuang remembered his former life. With the reincarnation of two lives, most likely, it would be difficult for them to cross paths again. For a time, he felt somewhat sad and shook his head. "It's not on the spot. I once saw this line in some ancient book." Suddenly, I felt something and recited it. Zhuo Buchuan fixed his gaze at Qin Wushuang and suddenly, he gave a long sigh. "Qin Wushuang, oh Qin Wushuang, sometimes I can't help but think that you should not belong to our world. Everything that has happened to you is far from our understanding and logic." Qin Wushuang's heart skipped a beat, and he shivered inwardly. The first palace master's words could be said to be unintentional. She had inadvertently sighed, but he had actually hit the nail on the head. He smiled faintly and asked, "Why do you say that, first palace master? Speaking of which, it's a long story. For example, you came from a subordinate country like the Baiyu. Since the history of the Great Luo Empire, no subordinate country had ever achieved such demonic results. Logically speaking, with the geographical environment and resources of those vassal states, it is impossible for them to nurture an outstanding genius like you. However, you had broken this norm and created a miracle." Zhuo Buchuan exclaimed and said again, "Then, I heard that before the second palace master took you in as a disciple, you did not have any teacher. However, the presence emitted from your body, and those endless combat techniques you used in battle, had dazzled people. You were like a heavenly steed soaring across the sky. Your rich imagination had made us old guys dumbstruck. Initially, the second palace master had planned to teach you some combat techniques after the new year. Now, both of us have reached a consensus. We both feel that in your situation, the less we teach you, the more beneficial it will be for you. We old fellows can't use our rules and regulations to bind you." Zhuo Buchuan's tone was extremely solemn as he pointed to this distant starry sky. "Your future, Qin Wushuang, is this resplendent starry sky. Sooner or later, you will become the most resplendent among them. Before that, besides some kind guidance, any training experience would most likely become a stumbling block for you. Thus, we decided to only clear away all obstacles for you, and not restrict you in any way. The wide sea allows the fish to jump, and the high sky allows the birds to fly. Are you satisfied with this?" Qin Wushuang thought for a moment and nodded. "Since it's a joint decision by the head palace master and my teacher, how could I have any objections?" Zhuo Buchuan laughed. "Of course, now you are a core disciple. Of course, you will have priority if you need anything. However, I will still say the same thing. Even if it's pills, to you, it's best not to use them. On the path of training, you can only learn by yourself. Only when your body grabs the power from nature, it's the purest and strongest power. And everything that has been refined by humans, including pills and weapons, will have some craftsmanship and tackiness. Especially pills, you must use them with caution. You cannot take too many pills to level up. That would be the fall of mediocre people and drinking poison to quench their thirst. Once you rely on pills to level up, then your training potential will almost reach its limit." These were not words to scare him, but rather, it was well-founded. After all, the current sects like the Stargaze Palace did not have those kind of exceptional alchemists. The pills they made were still somewhat crafty and difficult to get rid of the tackiness. Once you use pills to level up, it means that you no longer have the determination and courage to learn by yourself. You also do not have the potential to do so. From this point, you would reach the end of your training path. Zhuo Buchuan said with a smile, "Of course, my words are somewhat biased. Some pills with sufficient spiritual energy were still very useful for people with average aptitude. Not only would it not restrict their development, but it could also promote and even increase their potential. However, after all, that would only be for people with ordinary talent. To you, and my head disciple Wei Yi, my request is that you must learn by yourself. Regardless of how difficult or lonely it is, you must not be tempted by those pills." Instantly, Zhuo Buchuan's words had completely extinguished Qin Wushuang's wishful thinking of using pills. Qin Wushuang knew that the head palace master did not speak without evidence. When he thought through this point, Qin Wushuang suddenly felt enlightened. Suddenly, he asked, "Head Palace Master, I wonder how senior brother Wei Yi's injuries have healed." Zhuo Buchuan laughed. "He has the natural spiritual roots and has a tyrannical recovery ability. He should have recovered most of his injuries. Qin Wushuang, you taught him a good lesson on the martial arts stage. Speaking of which, I should be the one thanking you." On the other hand, Qin Wushuang felt somewhat embarrassed by the words of the head palace master as he said humbly, "How could I deserve your thanks?" Zhuo Buchuan laughed straightforwardly, "You deserve it, you deserve it. If you had not defeated Wei Yi, with his temperament, it would have been difficult for him to comprehend the stage. For all these years, I have been hoping for someone to defeat Wei Yi. Now, it seems that it has finally happened." Qin Wushuang immediately said, "There is still a gap between my strength and senior brother Wei Yi's. Last time, I was lucky to win because senior brother Wei Yi had said too much. It was not because I was at a disadvantage. I only used some advantageous situations to barely deal with him." Qin Wushuang was not being humble, it was the truth. Compared to Wei Yi, who was at the middle stage of the spiritual martial force, his strength and spiritual qi was somewhat different. Being able to judge the situation and use any advantageous situation, this is the quality a martial artist should have. Indeed, you have excellent qualities in this area. From your journey of advancement, everyone can see that you are a person with strong combat skills and great control of the battle rhythm. For this point, no one in the young generation of the Stargaze Palace can defeat you. Zhuo Buchuan was not praising him incorrectly. Instead, he was speaking the truth. For those disciples of the Stargaze Palace, even for Wei Yi, they might be better than Qin Wushuang in terms of strength and spiritual qi. However, in terms of wisdom and experience, they were not as good as Qin Wushuang, who had lived 2 lifetimes and had fought countless battles. I really appreciate the sense of danger you mentioned. Across the entire Stargaze Palace, I always felt that there were not many talented people. I had been waiting for someone to mention this matter to me. Unexpectedly, the one who truly had this awareness was you, a young man who had just entered the sect for less than half a year. Sense of danger, haha, very good. These 3 words summed it up perfectly. The disciples of the Stargaze Palace lack this sense of danger. Zhuo Buchuan glanced at Qin Wushuang with appreciation. Suddenly, he said, "Now, I have a test. I want the top 10 core disciples to face it together. After thinking about it, I think it would be most appropriate for you to be the leader. Are you willing to take on this responsibility? Please instruct me, Head Palace Master." "Okay." Zhuo Buchuan also laughed when he saw Qin Wushuang's straightforwardness. "Perhaps, your teacher already mentioned to you guys that next year, there will be a great pageant. However, that pageant will be in half a year. I am not talking about that pageant." "Pageant?" Qin Wushuang said with a bitter smile. "My teacher was evasive and only said that there is a chance to walk out. He did not mention the details." Stunned, Zhuo Buchuan laughed. "Second's mouth is tight. On this point, I am afraid the other 3 palace masters are not as principled as second." Immediately, he nodded. "Initially, I will announce it after the ancestor worship ceremony tomorrow. However, since we are here, I would like to tell you the truth. Next year, there will be a friendly competition between the 3 empires that occurs every 20 years. These 3 empires refer to the Great Luo, the Heavenly Lake, and the Vermilion Empire. This competition occurs every 20 years. Each party will send their most exceptional disciples to participate. Of course, the Stargaze disciples will participate in this pageant. The other sects in the Great Luo will also have some spots. However, the Stargaze Palace will take the lead. Thus, before the competition, I want to give you guys a mission and let you guys get some tests." Qin Wushuang nodded silently and did not speak. He only waited for the head palace master to finish. "The night before yesterday, I received a secret report from Shakyamuni Li Hua. He said that the group of herb gatherers sent by the Li Hua Palace to the Green Jade Mountain had all disappeared. On the surface, this matter did not seem to be a big deal. However, that Green Jade Mountain is different from other places. It has always been a controversial place. It is the border between the Great Luo and the Heavenly Lake Empire. Initially, The territory belonged to the Ba Shu country, an upper subordinate country. However, due to some historical disputes, the ownership of this green jade mountain has always been controversial. Most likely, there is a deeper meaning behind the disappearance of the herb gatherers. Therefore, I intend to send you to investigate the situation. How about it? Qin Wushuang thought for a moment and nodded. I just don't know what is your bottom line. No bottom line. There was a trace of coldness in the tone of the head palace master. At this moment, this generous and merciful head palace master finally revealed a type of loftiness that made Qin Wushuang feel secretly amazed. What did it mean to have no bottom line? It meant that as long as the conditions allowed it, and as long as they investigated thoroughly, they could use any method. This was the rule between the countries in the Tian Xian land. If you offend me, I will offend you. There would never be a bottom line. P.S. Okay, today's chapters are indeed difficult to write. Li Tian still likes to write the main plot of revenge. However, he can't do without the transitional plot. Otherwise, the novel would be too dry. Luckily, there will be a new journey soon. Hee hee. Today's monthly votes are very miserable. I want to cry but have no tears. Don't think about it. Continue to work hard and write. Strive for an explosion this weekend. Fight for votes. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 241. On the first day of the new year, according to the tradition of the Stargaze Palace, all disciples should gather at the main palace when they woke up in the morning. Then, they would head to the altar to worship their ancestors. This ancestral worship ceremony had been passed down for thousands of years in the Stargaze Palace. Each year on the first day of the new year, all disciples of the palace must attend. Unless they had a special mission, they could not return. However, on the morning of the new year, they must face their homeland with a solemn heart to show their respect to their ancestors. On the wide altar, all disciples of the Stargaze Palace lined up in their positions. Behind the altar, the majestic imperial temple stood solemnly. Inside this imperial temple, the memorial tablets of the ancestors of the Stargaze Palace were enshrined. The 5 palace masters led the 8 Shakyamuni, the 10 emissaries, the 16 elders, and other middle-level leaders to walk up the altar. With the 5 palace masters leading the way, they started to light the incense. Each incense stick was as thick as 2 fingers. Each person had 3 sticks and they started to pray. The head palace master said in a clear voice, "To the heroic spirits of the ancestors of the Stargaze Palace, I, Zhuo Buchuan, bring Tan Zhongqi, Zhong Wuyin, Leng Qiuqi, Tian Zhixing, the 4 palace masters, and many Shakyamuni and elders to worship our ancestors. On this new year, the Stargaze Palace will work hard to build a connection between the past and the future. We will not disgrace our ancestors and bring glory to the Stargaze Palace." After the head palace master had finished praying, the other 4 palace masters each finished their words. Then, it was the second procedure where they would offer the 5 grains, vegetables, and 3 animals. After that, all the disciples would kneel and pray for 15 minutes. The entire ceremony was grand and solemn. After the silent prayers, the bell and chimes rang and the ritual finally ended. After the ceremony, they must return to the main palace to start a new year. They must have a new blueprint. All the major policies of the year would be passed down from this main hall. After returning to the main palace, Zhuo Buchuan first expressed his gratitude to all the disciples for their hard work. He especially congratulated the core disciples. Per the usual practice, the top 10 of each year's core disciple ranking competition would receive some rewards. Of course, this reward was mainly for encouragement and would not be very generous. As the champion, Qin Wushuang would naturally receive an offensive Xiantian spiritual weapon. However, Qin Wushuang said, "Lord Hallmaster, I already have 2 offensive spiritual weapons. Could Shakyamuni Kang Zi bestow me with a tamed spiritual beast?" Zhuo Buchuan laughed and explained, "Domesticated spiritual beasts only possess part of the bloodline of the spiritual beasts. After all, They are different than wild spiritual beasts. First, they cannot advance. They remain at the level they were born at. Therefore, if you want to tame a spirit beast and you want to find a contract spirit beast, taming a spirit beast is absolutely useless. Furthermore, the inner cores of domesticated spiritual beasts weren't as pure as those of wild spiritual beasts, so the effects of refining pills were mediocre. The probability of forming a pill is only about half of that of the wild ones. All in all, there was a huge difference in value between tamed spiritual beasts and an initial stage innate spiritual weapon with overbearing attack power. However, Qin Wushuang obviously didn't want the spirit beast for its spiritual power, but for something else. However, for now, he did not plan to announce this use. He only said with a smile, "After that day's exam, I am extremely interested in spiritual beasts. Thus, I want to study the knowledge of taming spiritual beasts. Hall Masters, please grant my wish." The head Hall Master exchanged glances with the other Palace Masters. After a moment of thinking, suddenly, he remembered something and nodded thoughtfully. Since Qin Wushuang is interested in taming spiritual beasts, then it would not be a problem to bestow you with a spiritual beast. Shakyamuni Kangzi. Shakyamuni Kangzi walked out. "Head Hall Master, I am here. Since Qin Wushuang has made this request, the Stargaze Palace values flexibility. Of course, we will fulfill it. Go back and pick a spiritual beast for Qin Wushuang." Okay. Shakyamuni Kangzi accepted the order. Although Tan Zhongqi did not know why Qin Wushuang wanted a spiritual beast, he already knew that this disciple appeared and disappeared like a ghost. His actions were often unexpected. He was not surprised and only watched with a smile. Next, the other disciples all received their corresponding rewards. Finally, the head Hall Master opened his mouth to speak. For this year's core ranking, many joyful changes have occurred. Being the head of the Stargaze Palace, I am deeply happy. It means that the Stargaze Palace will have new blood and a new outlook. If the ranking remained unchanged, it meant that the Stargaze Palace's crisis was about to arrive. A sect that never changes will not develop for a long time. This time, the top 10 core disciples will receive a special reward. What is this reward? It is the friendly competition between the 3 Eastern empires that happens every 20 years. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. This year's competition will be held at the Heavenly Lake Empire. Many sects in the Great Luo will participate. However, the Stargaze Palace will be the main force in the Great Luo. The glory and humiliation of the Great Luo will also depend on the Stargaze Palace. Thus, the top 10 of this core ranking competition will be the main force of the Stargaze Palace in the friendly competition. If there are changes in the number of spots, other substitutes will appear. They will be selected from the ranking. Instantly, the words of the head Hall Master made those top 10 core disciples overjoyed. Indeed, such an opportunity was rare. Being disciples of the Stargaze Palace, they had always trained at the Virtuous Cloud Summit and did not have the chance to go out. Naturally, they could not help but look forward to it when they received such good news from the head Hall Master. Next, the head Hall Master made some expectations for the new year and spoke some encouraging words. Then, he announced the dismissal. Besides the top 10 of the core ranking competition, the other disciples returned to their own factions. The top 10 core disciples stayed in the main palace. The head Hall Master said with a deep tone, "Everyone, the 10 of you will be the main force in the friendly competition. This time, I have an important mission for you guys. It will be a chance for you to gain experience." Besides Qin Wushuang, the others all pricked up their ears to listen. They wanted to know what instructions the head Hall Master had for him to be so serious about this matter. Most likely, this mission will be a warm-up before the friendly competition. I hope you guys will cherish it and give your all. Do not underestimate the enemy. Instantly, the head Hall Master opened his mouth and spoke in full detail about what he had said to Qin Wushuang last night. After those disciples had finished listening, each of them revealed a solemn expression. Since this matter was related to the Heavenly Lake Empire, it would not be a simple matter. Most likely, those herbalist boys were no longer in the world. Most likely, the Heavenly Lake Empire was demonstrating their power to the Great Luo Empire. To put it precisely, They were demonstrating their power to the Stargaze Palace. Everyone knew that the Stargaze Palace was the #1 sect in the Great Luo Empire. Even the martial saints of the subordinate countries would not dare to offend the herbalist boys they had sent out. Thus, if the herbalist boys had gone missing, it would have nothing to do with the subordinate countries. However, people from the Heavenly Lake Empire would not escape suspicion. This matter could be serious or not. You guys must investigate carefully and do not miss any clues. If the Heavenly Lake Empire did it, you guys can wait for the opportunity to act. Once you are to make a move, do not hold back. You must kill all enemies that have invaded the Great Luo Empire. The head palace master instructed seriously. Then, he glanced at Qin Wushuang. Wushuang, you are the champion of the core ranking competition. For this matter, regardless of whether you want to or not, you must take on the responsibility of the team leader. With a stern gaze, the head palace master glanced around again. The rest of you must unite around the team leader. You must not bring any personal emotions into this operation. Whoever dares to affect the general situation and drag the Stargaze Palace down because of personal feelings, you will be punished by the family. Zhuo Buchuan rarely spoke with such a stern tone. Because of this reason, one could see how much importance Zhuo Buchuan placed on this matter. One could also see his unyielding attitude as the head palace master when it came to matters of principle. The other palace masters also nodded. Tian Zhixing, the fifth palace master, said, "You are all disciples of the Stargaze Palace. Before the foreign enemies, you should work together to fight against them. The core ranking competition is held every year. You must put down the gains and losses from the battle. Or else, most likely, you will be disgraced." For the line of the fifth palace master, Miao Zhongxia, you must remember it well. Miao Zhongxia was third place in this core ranking competition. Of course, he would not hold any prejudice as he nodded, "I will consider the general situation and would not dare to overstep the rules." With Tian Zhixing's words, although the third and fourth palace masters only had one person in the top 10, they had to remind Zhao Muji and Deng Bohu not to hold grudges. The head palace master had 3 disciples in the top 10. They were Wei Yi, Lu Xiaonan, and Huang Chaoyang. Okay, I will not speak any more words. You will rest for 2 days. On the 3rd day, you will depart without delay. The head palace master instructed. All 10 disciples bowed to receive the order and said in unison, "Yes." Qin Wushuang carried a great burden on his shoulders. He had entered the sect for less than half a year and had become the champion of the core ranking competition for less than 3 days. Yet, he had to take on the responsibility of being the leader. This was not an easy task. After the main palace had dispersed, Qin Wushuang went directly to Shakyamuni Kangzi. He took a white sable that he had tamed for 3 or 4 years. It was intelligent and well-behaved. It could understand human psychology. Initially, this white sable did not approve of Qin Wushuang as its new owner. Through the teachings of the beast tamer, Qin Wushuang knew that to tame a spiritual beast, he must either use their language to communicate with it on an equal footing or use his spiritual qi to intimidate it. This was the strategy of using a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other. With Qin Wushuang's current level of beast language, naturally, he could not communicate on an equal footing. However, in terms of using his spiritual qi to intimidate, he was quite good. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 242. After acquiring a white sable, one of Qin Wushuang's worries was finally solved. With this white ferret, he would have a natural teacher of the language of beasts when he was learning the catalogue of the language of beasts. After 2 days of rest, Qin Wushuang adjusted his state of mind while making plans for this operation. He used the remaining time to learn the beast language. With this ideal teacher, Qin Wushuang had developed a strong interest in learning the beast language. Qin Wushuang felt that it was an exceptional skill. If he could grasp all the content in the catalogue of the beasts, he would have many advantages over others. In the blink of an eye, 2 days of rest had passed. On the 3rd day of the new year, the The 10 great disciples gathered together and listened to the final instructions at the main palace. The head palace master said with a solemn tone, "I will not speak any more words. I only hope that you will succeed on this trip." Tan Zhongqi also followed, "Regardless, you must not lose the face of the Stargaze Palace, nor damage the national reputation of the Great Luo. This is the rule of the Tian Shen land. We must defend our country without hesitation. If someone invades your territory, we must deal with them to the end. That green jade mountain is the land of the Great Luo. If other countries want to get their hands on it, we have no other choice but to chase them away." On this issue, the 5 palace masters had the same opinion. Regardless of the internal competition, everyone must unite and face the outside world together. The head palace master nodded and looked at Qin Wushuang and the others. He asked, "You guys, do you have any other questions?" Those disciples all showed a determined face. Apparently, they were ready to go to the Green Jade Mountain at any time. However, Qin Wushuang said, "Head palace master, I think that since we are going to investigate, it's best to act in secret. It's convenient and to avoid alerting the enemy." Zhuo Buchuan, the head palace master, nodded. "Yes, it should be like this." Qin Wushuang, as the leader, "Do you have a plan?" Qin Wushuang did not hide it. "I thought about it these 2 days and I have some ideas. We are going to the Green Jade Mountain for business. If the matter is really related to the Heavenly Lake Empire, I am afraid it will take us more than a day or 2 to get back. Therefore, I feel that a group of 10 people is a bit ostentatious. The 10 of us can be divided into 3 groups." They split into 3 batches and took different paths toward Ba Shu. Everyone gathered at the border of Ba Shu, 100 miles behind the Green Jade Mountain at Purple Cloud Town. There are many villages under Purple Cloud Town's jurisdiction. They are too remote and rooted in the depths of Green Jade Mountain. It is not suitable to be used as a gathering point. Therefore, the 3 of us will scout along the way from different paths to see if there are any clues. 10 days later, everyone will gather at Purple Cloud Town. Zhuo Buchuan only smiled and did not speak. Instead, he looked at the other core disciples and wanted to hear their opinions. Wei Yi suddenly said, "Disciple feels that junior apprentice brother Qin's suggestion is very appropriate. Putting aside the ostentatious nature of a group of 10, if they were too concentrated, it would be easy for them to miss their target. We missed the real clue." However, Ju Fu said, "Wushuang, how do we divide the groups?" Qin Wushuang said, "For the groups, it's better to have disciples from the same faction. It's because they are familiar with each other and have a mutual understanding. The disciples from the Green Cloud Palace will form one group. Senior apprentice brother Wei Yi will take senior apprentice brother Lu Shaonan and senior apprentice brother Huang Chaoyang from the same faction as the head palace master. Senior apprentice brother Zhao Muji, senior apprentice brother Deng Bohu, and senior apprentice brother Miao Zhongxia will form one group. Do you guys have any opinions?" Of course, the disciples from the Green Cloud Palace would not have any opinions. When disciples from the same faction traveled together, there would be no restraints and everyone would have a mutual understanding. Wei Yi also nodded, "I think it's feasible." When Zhao Muji saw everyone looking at him, he laughed. "Why are you guys looking at me? It's as if I am a troublemaker. Since everyone has no objections, of course I will follow the arrangement. Indeed, it's more convenient to split into 3 groups. Junior apprentice brother Qin, senior apprentice brother Wei Yi, how about this? Let's make a bet. Let's see which group will arrive the fastest and find the most clues. How about it?" Wei Yi laughed. "It's rare for junior apprentice brother Zhao to have such interest. Of course I will keep you company." Qin Wushuang said, "Okay, let's make a bet. It will stimulate everyone to travel faster. Okay, let's not waste any more time, let's go." However, Zhuo Buchuan, the head palace master, said, "Hold on." The 10 disciples stopped in their tracks. With a smile, the head palace master said to one of the Shakyamuni on the side, "Shakyamuni 1000 transformation, can you lend them a few face masks and give each of them one?" That Shakyamuni chuckled, "Sure, sure." Immediately, as if performing a magic trick, with a wave of his sleeve, a stack of masks as thin as cicada's wings appeared from his sleeve, and he handed them to the first palace master. First palace master, these masks are extremely thin. Once you wear them, your face will completely change in an unbelievable way. And in the eyes of outsiders, they will not see any flaws. The head palace master opened his hand and instructed, "Since we are going to act in secret, then let's stay hidden until the end. Hide all of your faces. This way, you will be able to act more freely." Qin Wushuang and the others took them one by one. Inwardly, they were also overjoyed. Indeed, with these masks, it would be much easier for them to move around. When they did not need to expose their identities, they could hide their identities. After the 10 core disciples left the Stargaze Palace, they split into 3 groups and started to depart. After walking for a few hours, suddenly, Ju Fu asked with a smile, "Junior brother Wushuang, how does it feel to be the leader?" Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Do you want me to experience it?" Ju Fu immediately showed an expression of not daring to accept. "Thank you, but you should just be a follower. I don't want to be the leader. By the way, junior brother Wushuang, do you have any specific ideas for our mission? Let's act according to the circumstances. I analyzed the terrain of that Green Jade Mountain. The entire Green Jade Mountain range is close to the Great Luo Empire. It is extremely vast and there are many ways to enter the mountain. Those herbalist boys should not have entered the Green Jade Mountain from the same route. This would make it much more difficult for us to investigate. Let's gather at the Purple Cloud Town. It is one of the biggest medicinal herb suppliers in the Great Luo Empire. It is bustling with activity. Let's go there and do some investigation. Perhaps we will find more clues." Qin Wushuang analyzed and more or less had some clues. However, he did not have any concrete plans. After all, that herbalist had left the Stargaze Palace for a year. Now, the only thing they needed to do was to find clues. Without any clues, any rules were just empty talk, a strategy on paper. The Baishu country was located to the west of the Baiyu country. It also shared a border with the West Chu. Among all the subordinate countries in the Great Luo Empire, it was one of the more remote territories. In the southwest area of the Baishu country, there was a Green Jade Mountain. It was a famous mountain for medicinal herbs in the Baishu country. It produced all kinds of medicinal herbs. Regardless of ordinary or spiritual herbs, the Green Jade Mountain produced an abundant amount of them. Because of this, the Heavenly Lake Empire was also eyeing this Green Jade Mountain covetously. Since a small part of the west side of the Green Jade Mountain had extended to the border of the Heavenly Lake Empire, the Heavenly Lake Empire claimed that they also had sovereignty over the Green Jade Mountain. However, historically, the Green Jade Mountain had always been within the territory of the Baishu country. It belonged to the Great Luo Empire. Being the Great Luo Empire, the Heavenly Lake Empire did not always have a harmonious relationship. Thus, this Green Jade Mountain had always been a potential fuse. Although there had never been a violent conflict, the two countries had always been engaged in a war of words over the ownership of the Green Jade Mountain. To put it precisely, the two ends of the Green Jade Mountain did not belong to either empire. Instead, they belonged to the subordinate countries. However, because the Green Jade Mountain produced abundant medicinal herbs, the value of the Green Jade Mountain had risen along with the tide. Thus, the clamor for competition had become even more intense. Qin Wushuang knew that for such matters of ownership, each side would stick to their own side of the story. Both sides had their own reasons. However, since the Green Jade Mountain had always been the territory of the Baishu country for hundreds of years, then without a doubt, the Great Luo Empire had more sovereignty over it. The Heavenly Lake Empire coveted the medicinal herbs inside, thus they had the intention to compete for it. Their ambition was obvious. Qin Wushuang was not unfamiliar with the Heavenly Lake Empire. When he had killed Li Wuji, there was a spy from the Heavenly Lake Empire who had tried to poach him from the Qin family. If it wasn't for Qin Wushuang's principles, he would have been hooked by the wealth and glory of the Heavenly Lake Empire. Luckily, Qin Wushuang was not hot-headed and did not have much interest in worldly riches. Thus, he sternly rejected that person from the Heavenly Lake Empire. Senior sister, and two senior brothers, It's best for us to keep a low profile and not activate our upper sky chi. The Heavenly Lake Empire has placed many spies in the Great Luo Empire. If we are too conspicuous, I'm afraid that we will be caught by those spies and affect our plan. Qin Wushuang was still worried when he thought of the spies from the Heavenly Lake Empire. To the Great Luo Empire, the existence of this group of people would be a great potential threat. If Qin Wushuang's business trip was discovered by these spies, then most likely, not only would their plan fail, they might even be ambushed after the other party had predicted their route. Thus, Qin Wushuang's trip was extremely careful. The four of them were dressed as normal herbalist disciples. They rode their horses and rushed towards the Purple Cloud town. Initially, if they were going to the Ba Shu country, going through the Bayou country was a shortcut. They could also visit their hometown in the Eastwood town. However, Qin Wushuang did not do that. He knew that for this matter, it would be better to keep a low profile and cause less trouble. Any extra trouble would have a fatal impact on their plan. After they had entered the Ba Shu country, it was better in the eastern area. Along the way to the west, the checks at each checkpoint became stricter. From what Qin Wushuang had seen and heard along the way, he gradually judged that something must have happened inside the Ba Shu country. Or else, a country would not be so jittery and set up checkpoints everywhere. It was extremely difficult to pass through. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 243. When they had arrived at the Western Garrison Royal Territory, the checkpoints had been set up everywhere. It had more or less affected their journey. On this day, the four of them had arrived at a county that was about 100 miles away from the Purple Cloud town. After a quick lunch, they were about to leave the county and head to the Purple Cloud town. However, they discovered that there was a giant checkpoint set up in front of the official road. All the carriages and horses had been blocked on both sides. The team of guards guarding this checkpoint were all elite warriors above stage 6 or 7 of the genuine force. The leader of the guards even had the power of a stage 9 of the genuine force. In a subordinate country like the Ba Shu country, such people had been sent here to guard the checkpoint. Qin Wushuang and the other three were stopped outside the checkpoint. Two guards walked up and shouted, "You four, where are you from?" Qin Wushuang answered unhurriedly, "We are guests from the West Chu to buy medicinal herbs." West Chu? One of the guards said with a somewhat suspicious expression, "Recently, the Ba Shu country has been under martial law. It's difficult for foreign merchants to enter. Do you four have any documents?" "Documents? We have never heard of any documents on our way here." Qin Wushuang knew that he was bluffing when he saw the expression of the other party. Ju Fu was somewhat impatient as she shot a glance at Qin Wushuang. Apparently, she did not want to get entangled with these small characters. Being the Stargaze Palace's emissaries, of course, they felt bored being interrogated by a few subordinate countries. However, Qin Wushuang did not pay attention to Ju Fu's glance. Instead, he said politely, "Big brother, could you please ask your leader to come here?" "It's useless to ask our leader. To pass the checkpoint, you must have identification documents. Since your leader is here, of course, we have the documents to show him," Qin Wushuang said lightly. When he spoke these words, Qin Wushuang slightly exerted some pressure and stunned that person with his temperament. He could not help but take a few steps back and called out, "Leader, there are a few guys here who will only show their documents if they see you." That stage 9 genuine martial realm expert widened his bell-sized eyes and strode over. "Who are you?" When he walked over, he saw that Qin Wushuang and the other three were all riding on horses. Their expressions were very calm, as if they did not put him, a stage 9 genuine martial realm expert, in their eyes. He couldn't help but get angry and shouted, "Where did you come from? Why aren't you dismounting before the checkpoint?" If it weren't for the fact that Qin Wushuang and the others seemed to have some bearing, they would have already cursed out loud. Qin Wushuang suddenly twisted his body and dismounted from his horse. His figure floated in front of that person, and he suddenly handed over an object in his hand. Using his spiritual energy, he transmitted his voice. Take a look at this object. Don't make a fuss. The man's lips muttered as he took the item. When he took a closer look, his bell-sized eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He turned pale with fright and hurriedly covered the item in his hand, carefully looking at it again. Great Luo National Scholar Token. Even if he had eyes but couldn't see, there was no way he wouldn't recognize what it was. The legendary Great Luo National Scholar Token. Then, he raised his head to look at Qin Wushuang with a surprised expression. Inwardly, he drew a breath of cold air as he knew that this person before him had an extraordinary background. Don't make a fuss, don't be surprised. Just do what you need to do. Don't expose our identities. We have received orders to investigate some matters. Finally, that leader felt relieved. Inwardly, he felt somewhat overjoyed. He handed back that Great Luo National Scholar Token respectfully and cleared his throat. Since you have all your identity documents, then let's let you pass. Since you are all legitimate merchants, I will give you a travel pass. You can use it at all the checkpoints along the way. Finally, that leader had a fast reaction. While he spoke, he went to do it. After a moment, a travel pass with the stamp of the Zhenwu holy place from the Ba Shu country was opened. Qin Wushuang smiled bitterly. As he looked at that stamp of the Zhenwu holy place, he knew that among all the subordinate countries, the Zhenwu holy place held absolute authority. It was the same as the Stargaze Palace to the Great Luo Empire. With this travel pass, it would be easy to use everywhere. Qin Wushuang took that travel pass and asked in a low voice, "There are checkpoints along the way from the Ba Shu country, why are you here?" That leader said with surprise, "Could it be that you don't know? We are only investigating some missing persons cases. I don't know what happened to the Ba Shu country." The muscles on that leader's face twitched slightly and his lips trembled. In the end, he shook his head with a bitter smile. "Sir, this time, something big has happened to the Ba Shu country. If you follow the road and reach Purple Cloud Town, you will know what happened. It's a long story, you should go and see for yourself." When Qin Wushuang saw him acting this way, he did not need to force him as he nodded. "Okay, then let's go to the Purple Cloud Town." He turned around and called to Ju Fu and the others, "Let's go." Since he had passed through the checkpoint and had the travel slip, he had passed through the checkpoints easily. When the leaders of the checkpoints along the way saw the travel slip, they could not help but size Qin Wushuang up with astonishment. From their expression, it was clear that they were full of respect and even fear. Qin Wushuang looked at that travel pass and did not see anything special. However, from the expression of these people, apparently, they knew their identity. Or else, they would not have such a strange expression. With all kinds of questions, Qin Wushuang and the others finally arrived at the legendary Purple Cloud Town. Currently, the Purple Cloud Town was not as bustling as the legends said. On the contrary, as they walked along the street, it was a mess and somewhat desolate. "What's going on?" Ju Fu said with surprise. "Is this really the Purple Cloud Town? Didn't they say that this is a 1,000-year-old ancient town and its scale is comparable to a county? Why does it look like it has been raided by bandits? And it has been raided more than once or twice." As they walked along the street, they walked past a few streets, but they were all in the same dilapidated state. It was as if the people here had already fled. The shops were all empty. Not to mention people. Not even a chicken or a dog could be seen. This is so strange. Even LV Ting could not help but sigh. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang's gaze stopped in the distance. About 4 to 5 miles away, there was a thick smoke rising into the sky. Obviously, there was a fire that could cause such thick smoke. "There are people there. Let's go and see." Qin Wushuang urged the horse and ran towards that direction. When they got closer, they saw a big fire burning in the distant wilderness. The fire soared into the sky and thick smoke billowed. And around the fire, there were piles of people, dead people. These dead people were all in a horrible state. They were all different. Some had ulcerated bodies, some had blisters all over their bodies, some were missing arms and legs, some had their stomachs cut open. Some even had their facial features sucked away by something. Ju Fu looked from afar. Even with her upper sky spiritual martial force, She could not help but feel a chill down her spine. Although those people who were burning the corpses were all warriors who had gone through strict training, as they burned, people kept running away and vomiting. It was as if they were going to vomit out their internal organs. And those few who were holding on also had an expression of grief and indignation. Their bodies could not help but tremble. Apparently, they were stunned by this sad scene. Qin Wushuang and the other three were about to get closer. However, they were stopped by a group of warriors wearing the uniform of the Zhenwu holy place. They shouted, "Unrelated people, do not come close. It's dangerous ahead." Qin Wushuang could not help but ask, "Warriors, what happened to this purple cloud town? Why are there so many corpses? Go away, go away. If you don't want to be contaminated by the evil aura, go back to where you came from. This is not a place for ordinary people." Those warriors also started to drive them away. With so many dead people, there must be some filthy evil aura or even a plague. Naturally, they must keep the outsiders outside. Or else, if they were contaminated by the evil aura and brought the plague out, it would be a big problem. Who is the person in charge here? Qin Wushuang frowned slightly. Person in charge? The person in charge is the second martial saint of the Ba Shu country, Ba Liming. Where is Ba Liming now? Qin Wushuang had interacted with the two martial saints of the Ba Shu country. It had not been long since he had stopped them along the way and persuaded them to return to the Ba Shu country. Since the second martial saint Ba Liming was here, it would be easier to talk. Unexpectedly, when that warrior heard Qin Wushuang call out the name of the martial saint, he could not help but become furious. Where did this arrogant person come from? How can you casually call out the name of the martial saint? Qin Wushuang frowned and asked, "He is called Ba Liming, why can't I call him that? Is he here? Quickly ask him to come out and say that an old friend has come to visit." When that warrior heard Qin Wushuang say this, he carefully sized up Qin Wushuang and was somewhat suspicious. But seeing Qin Wushuang's bearing, he did not dare to be presumptuous anymore. He replied, "The martial saint brought two venerables to investigate the Green Jade Mountain. They have been gone for 3 days. He ordered us to find an open space and burn the tens of thousands of corpses in the Purple Cloud town. The bones also need to be buried deep. Thus, he set up obstacles to prevent passers-by from passing through. How did you guys get here? Were there no obstacles along the way?" Qin Wushuang said indifferently, "If we can get here, we naturally have our reasons. When Ba Liming returns, it will be easier to talk. Why are there so many corpses in the Purple Cloud town?" That warrior's face was pale as he said sorrowfully, "Who knows? In a short 3 days, tens of thousands of aboriginals in the Purple Cloud town have all died. All their belongings have also been taken away. Luckily, it is the new year. If it was normal times and there were still merchants, the number of casualties would have increased by 60 to 70%. Just as he was speaking, a miserable cry suddenly came from afar. A warrior with disheveled hair ran over crazily from afar. As he ran, he shouted, the martial saint is dead." This warrior was carrying a person in his arms. More accurately, he was carrying a broken body. This was because this person's body seemed to have been bitten by some unknown monster. His appearance was indescribably tragic. This broken body was wearing the attire of a martial saint. From the appearance, Qin Wushuang could faintly see that this broken body really belonged to the second martial saint of Ba Shu country. His figure was short and vigorous, and Qin Wushuang had a deep impression of him. A martial saint of a country, an upper sky expert, had actually died in the Green Jade Mountain? And in such a tragic manner. Qin Wushuang's heart was filled with doubts. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 244. Qin Wushuang jumped off the horse and stepped forward. The group of warriors hurriedly went forward to block him, but they found that the figure in front of them suddenly blurred, like a gust of wind, suddenly floated past. Their eyes blurred, and they found that Qin Wushuang's figure was already dozens of feet in front of them. Their layers of guards were like air, and did not have the slightest effect. Qin Wushuang went straight to the disheveled venerable, floated in front of him, and suddenly grabbed his arm, and pulled the venerable's charging posture back. He then pointed at the venerable's body, and sealed all the acupoints of the venerable's body, and sent a stream of spiritual power directly into his dantian, suppressing the internal power of the disheveled venerable's tumbling dantian, and sorting out his disordered meridians. Qin Wushuang's eyesight, from afar, could see that this venerable was too frightened, and his meridians were in disorder, and there were faint signs of qi deviation. If he was not treated in time, he would definitely die. He immediately used a method to stabilize the venerable's mind, and at the same time, took the corpse from his hand, and put it on the ground to study. After careful observation, Qin Wushuang accurately judged that this person was indeed the second martial saint of Ba Shu country, Ba Liming. Ba Liming's 7 orifices were deeply sunken, as if they were sucked dry by some force, dry and shriveled. Many parts of his body were bitten very ugly, and there were defects everywhere. At this time, the masters of Ba Shu country, seeing that Qin Wushuang suddenly appeared, attacked their venerable, and took away the martial saint's corpse. They all signaled with their eyes, and rushed up, each of them holding a weapon in their hands, ready to attack at any time. Qin Wushuang glanced at the venerable, and saw that his breathing was basically smooth, and his dantian was no longer boiling like before. He immediately waved his hand to wake him up. A trace of confusion flashed in the venerable's eyes, and then he woke up. He stared at Qin Wushuang, somewhat confused, but more than that, he was grateful. He lowered his head to look at Ba Liming's corpse, and could not help but feel sad, and cried, "Master, you are Ba Liming's disciple?" "Yes." The supremacy bowed and said, "Senior, may I ask who you are? I'm from the Great Luo Empire, there's no need to ask." "What exactly happened? Hurry up and tell me." When the venerable master heard the words Great Luo Empire, he was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly recounted everything that had happened during this period of time. From beginning to end, after he had finished speaking, Qin Wushuang finally understood what was going on. It turned out that a few days before the end of last year, this Purple Cloud town had been ransacked. Not a single local was left alive. Purple Cloud town had been massacred. Because no one was left alive, it took 3 days for the news to spread. It was an outsider who came and saw such a tragic scene. He ran out as if he was running for his life and reported the news to the capital of Ba Shu. Such inhumane destruction had happened before in the history of the Tianxian continent. However, it was usually when 2 countries were at war, and one side would order a massacre to vent their anger. The Ba Shu country did not have any war in recent years. As a commercial town, Purple Cloud Town did not have any military significance. There was no reason for it to be massacred. When the Ba Shu country received such shocking news, they immediately sent out Marshal Saint Ba Liming and a group of elite warriors from the Zhenwu holy place to investigate the truth. When they arrived at Purple Cloud Town, Ba Liming and his 2 supremacy disciples investigated everywhere. They were surprised to find that the massacre of Purple Cloud Town was very complicated. First of all, this Purple Cloud Town should have been ransacked first. Or else, all the properties of Purple Cloud Town would not have been emptied like this. And if it was only a bandit robbery, it was impossible for no one to escape from Purple Cloud Town. No matter how strict the bandit organization was, they were still a mob. It was impossible for them to kill so cleanly without leaving a single survivor. As a commercial town, Purple Cloud Town had many wealthy families. More or less, there must be some secret passageways and even armed forces. Even if it was a bloody battle, it was enough to kill a bloody path. Thus, the possibility of bandits robbing could be ruled out. Without a doubt, this was done by a large group of elite warriors, and they were all well trained. Among them, there was no lack of tracking experts who could drag out anyone hiding from the secret passageways. Otherwise, it was impossible to kill everyone without leaving a single survivor. The most terrifying thing was that the tens of thousands of people in Purple Cloud Town were not only killed, but many of their corpses were also very strange. They were all badly mutilated, as if they had been bitten by some ferocious beast. B.A. Liming analyzed the layers of clues and finally found some clues to the source. The target was the Green Jade Mountain in front of Purple Cloud Town. According to B.A. Liming's analysis, after the massacre, after retreating from Purple Cloud Town, they left in the direction of the Green Jade Mountain. Thus, B.A. Liming brought his 2 supremacy disciples to the Green Jade Mountain to investigate further. He ordered his subordinates to be responsible for burning all the corpses in Purple Cloud Town and burying them deep, in order to prevent them from mutating and causing a plague to spread. At the same time, he ordered his subordinates to send out orders along the way. The roads in the direction of Purple Cloud Town were to be completely sealed. They left for 3 days, but they did not expect that when they returned, even B.A. Liming had died. And the way he died was exactly the same as some of the corpses in Purple Cloud Town. It was as if his 7 orifices had been sucked dry by some monster. It was very terrifying. After hearing the supremacist's words, Qin Wushuang's expression became serious. He walked out and waved at his fellow disciples, indicating for them to come over. Ju Fu and the others urged their horses and walked forward. The warriors of the Zhenwu holy place wanted to stop them, but the supremacy shouted, "Back off, don't be rude." Now that B.A. Liming was not here, the supremacist's position was naturally the highest. With the order, the warriors in the post-liminary realm all retreated, making a path for them. This person, is it really B.A. Liming? Ju Fu frowned, feeling very creeped out. Yes. Qin Wushuang's tone also had a trace of seriousness. This is not a small matter. To be able to make B.A. Liming like this, the opponent's strength must be very strong. According to my estimation, there are 2 possibilities. Which 2? Ju Fu blinked her eyes. First, the opponent is a strong warrior who cultivates an evil technique and is very cruel. Second, the opponent may be a ferocious beast, and it is definitely not a low-level spirit beast. Currently, Qin Wushuang could only make this preliminary judgment. Ju Fu nodded. Yes, if it was a normal strong warrior, he would just kill. He would not be so cruel and so strange. Qin Wushuang turned his head and asked the supremacy, "What kind of enemy did your master encounter? Did you really not see anything?" The supremacy shook his head. At that time, the 3 of us split up and agreed to meet up every 50 miles. However, on the 3rd day, I saw Master's corpse lying on the road. In a panic, I carried Master's corpse and ran out. I don't even know if the other supremacies are alive or dead. You didn't encounter any attacks along the way? No, but I didn't find any clues. I suspect that the route Master took should lead to the location of the clues. Therefore, he was killed. Qin Wushuang was silent and carefully studied B.A. Liming's corpse. After looking for a while, he found nothing. He ordered, "The people you brought from the Zhenwu holy place can go back to the outskirts of the Purple Cloud Town and set up camp. Protect the scene. After burning the corpse, you don't have to worry about it." The supremacy nodded and asked carefully, "Should we report to the first martial saint of the Ba Shu country?" "Of course. B.A. Liming's death is a big matter. We must let the first martial saint of the Ba Shu country deal with it and prevent any accidents." "Yes." After a few hours, the Zhenwu holy place left a batch of tents and food and retreated. When the night arrived, Qin Wushuang and the others started a bonfire on a spacious and empty land. The 4 people's tents were in the shape of a square. The bonfire burned brightly. Qin Wushuang sat in front of it and thought about something. "Junior brother Wushuang, why are you not resting?" Ju Fu walked out of the tent. "Senior sister, tell everyone to be alert. I am afraid this enemy is not to be underestimated." Ju Fu said angrily, "I am afraid that he will not come. If he comes, I will teach him a lesson. He is so cruel and kills people like scything flax. I will cut off his head with one sword. Junior brother Wushuang, tomorrow morning, we will enter the mountain." "No rush." Qin Wushuang said lightly, "We must wait for senior brother Wei Yi to come." "Why?" Ju Fu was confused. Since this matter has developed to this point, it is not as simple as the disappearance of the herb boy. Behind this matter, there must be a bigger conspiracy. Qin Wushuang analyzed and said again, If it is an elite warrior that could kill BA Liming easily, he must be powerful. He could even be an elite warrior at the middle stage of the spiritual martial force. Middle stage of the spiritual martial force. Ju Fu's expression froze. There was also a trace of surprise on her snow-white face. Could it be that the Heavenly Lake Empire is up to something? Qin Wushuang said, "It's too early to make a conclusion. After senior brother Wei Yi arrives, we will split into 2 groups. One group will enter the mountain and the other group will wait outside. However, there is one point that we must pay attention to. We must not split up. Each group must stay together to avoid being left behind and the enemy will take advantage of us." This night, however, was calm and tranquil. Nothing happened. On the second day, indeed, under the lead of Wei Yi, the group of the head palace master had arrived at the scene. When the 2 groups gathered together, they had more confidence. Qin Wushuang said to Wei Yi, "Senior brother Wei Yi, I want to enter the mountain to investigate. You will be in charge here. After senior brother Zhao Muji and the others arrive, we will split into 2 groups, how about it?" Ju Fu objected, "Junior brother Wushuang, we are also worried about you entering the mountain alone." Qin Wushuang revealed a calm smile and said with confidence, "Senior sister, don't worry, I will not force myself to go in. Let's investigate the outside and follow BA Liming's route. We will see how he got killed." Wei Yi nodded, "Okay, senior brother Qin, you must be careful. If the enemy is too strong, don't fight him. With the power of the 10 of us, we will be able to kill him." Qin Wushuang nodded in agreement. Then, he packed his clothes and flew towards the Green Jade Mountain. P.S. Tonight at 8 p.m., Li Tian will meet with the majority of readers to chat about this book. For those interested readers, please pay attention. Channel ID, 513544041, to be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 245. Looking at Qin Wushuang's departing figure, Ju Fu and the others had a serious expression. Ju Fu's face was full of concern. As for Wei Yi's disciples, they were full of admiration. No matter what, under such circumstances, Qin Wushuang dared to set off alone. This courage was indeed extraordinary. At least, most of them were still somewhat worried when faced with such a situation. No matter what, Qin Wushuang had conquered everyone at this moment. In a difficult situation, he dared to take the lead and set an example that a leader should set. He did not choose the easy and was afraid of the difficult. He did not assign others, but went out himself. Even Zhao Muji and the others who arrived later could not help but feel a deep sense of admiration for Qin Wushuang when they heard that Qin Wushuang had gone out alone to scout. Zhao Muji had lost to Qin Wushuang back then, so he more or less held a grudge and refused to accept it. At this moment, he asked himself, if he was Zhao Muji, would he dare to go deep into the Green Jade Mountain alone and face such a terrifying enemy? The answer was self-evident. He would definitely not be able to do it without hesitation like Qin Wushuang. With Qin Wushuang's character, it was impossible for him to be in the limelight. It was impossible for him to not know the severity of the situation. Since he knew the severity of the situation and still dared to do it, it was not a hot-headed decision. It was a decision made after careful consideration. The more it was like this, the more admirable it was. After Qin Wushuang left the group, he followed BA Liming's route and groped his way forward. The Green Jade Mountain's terrain was very steep. After Qin Wushuang entered, he did not dare to let his guard down at all. He carefully investigated every detail. BA Liming's innate qi was not much left. It was very difficult to grasp it. But according to the memories of his venerable disciple, Qin Wushuang finally found some clues. As he continued to walk forward, Qin Wushuang was unusually vigilant. He knew that this opponent would be very difficult to deal with. It was very possible that the opponent was even a middle spirit level powerhouse. After walking for half a day, Qin Wushuang still found nothing. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang remembered that spiritual beast he had acquired from Shakyamuni Kangzi. Qin Wushuang took out that white sable from the storage bag and spoke a few words with it. Then, he let it out. At this moment, Qin Wushuang was already able to communicate with the white ferret. As for the white ferret, it was obviously more obedient to Qin Wushuang. After all, there weren't many humans who could master the beast language to Qin Wushuang's level. Spirit beasts were definitely more sensitive to the environment than human powerhouses. After receiving Qin Wushuang's instructions, the white sable jumped out of Qin Wushuang's palm and began to investigate. With one man and one spirit beast splitting up, it would be much more convenient for them to investigate the matter. Qin Wushuang's speed was not fast. Now, he could feel the fluctuation of spirit energy in his qi every day. The signs of a breakthrough were becoming more and more obvious. Qin Wushuang had a premonition that he only needed a little bit of stimulation, a small trigger, to trigger the final breakthrough. He was looking forward to the feeling of a breakthrough. If I can officially break through, then this opponent, even if it's a powerhouse like old monster Ji Yin, I can still deal with him. This opponent is so cruel. If I don't exterminate him, it will be hard to appease the anger in my heart. Qin Wushuang was also suppressing a ball of anger in his heart. Looking at the tens of thousands of corpses and the devastated state of Purple Cloud Town, Qin Wushuang's anger was naturally very big. This kind of massacre could no longer be described as a simple massacre. It was completely vicious. As they were walking, a white shadow suddenly jumped out from the underbrush on the left. It was actually the white sable. It jumped onto Qin Wushuang's shoulder and squeaked non-stop. Its expression was abnormally terrified and full of fear. Its eyes were filled with panic, and it kept urging Qin Wushuang to hurry up and leave. Qin Wushuang transferred some spirit energy to the white sable and calmed it down. He asked, "What's going on?" The white sable only screeched, "There's a ferocious beast, a very powerful one." A ferocious beast. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang had an idea inwardly as he already felt a wave of strong spiritual qi rushing over without any restraint. The speed of the spiritual qi was incredibly fast. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was moved as he threw that white sable into the storage bag. Then, he flew backwards at a fast speed. He was not afraid, but he wanted to lure the attacking spirit beast out of this area. The further he went, the more advantageous the situation would be for him. Fighting with this spirit beast in this deep place was definitely not a smart move. No one knew if it had an accomplice or if there was an even more powerful force behind it. Qin Wushuang glanced back and saw a ferocious beast with a body as large as a tiger, but its appearance was like a wild wolf. This ferocious beast's speed was very fast. With a kick of its hind legs, it rushed forward like lightning. Qin Wushuang discovered that this ferocious beast's speed was actually faster than Qin Wushuang's. However, Qin Wushuang also observed that this spirit beast was indeed a mid-level spirit beast. Spirit beasts of the same level generally had a slightly weaker fighting strength than human experts of the same level. However, there was one exception. This exception was the war spirit beast. There was a kind of spirit beast that was born with a fighting attribute. Its fighting strength was very strong. This wind wolf was a kind of war spirit beast. It was very cruel and bloodthirsty. The mutilated corpses in the Purple Cloud Town were all eaten by it. As for B.A. Liming, he also died at the hands of this wind wolf. However, this wind wolf had a contracted master behind it. At this moment, this contracted master was in seclusion in the depths of Mount Bifu for 3 days, digesting the results of this period of time. This wind wolf was in charge of sentry and protection. The white sable that Qin Wushuang released just happened to invade the wind wolf's territory. It immediately sensed the powerful aura of the wind wolf and fled in panic. However, the wind wolf's personality was very cruel. As soon as it sensed the invasion of a spirit beast, it immediately gave chase. The wind wolf itself was a spirit beast. To the wind wolf, eating spirit beasts not only satisfied its bloodthirsty nature, but also increased its cultivation and stored up spirit energy. After chasing it out, it discovered that the white sable was also being raised by someone. Naturally, it had evil intentions and planned to kill Qin Wushuang along with the white sable. Qin Wushuang knew that in terms of pure strength, he might be slightly inferior to this wind wolf. However, in terms of endurance, he, Qin Wushuang, would definitely not lose. Most importantly, it had only been a day since he entered this area. If he ran out at full speed, he would easily reach the edge of Mount Bifu. As long as he reached the edge of Mount Bifu, he would have a slight advantage whether he fought or retreated. It wasn't that he was afraid of this wind wolf, but rather that he wanted to prevent any accidents from occurring in the depths of Mount Bifu. Seeing Qin Wushuang running at full speed, the wind wolf thought that Qin Wushuang was afraid of it. It became even more arrogant and chased after him. After running for about 2 hours, Qin Wushuang suddenly stopped. With a shake of his sleeve, he shook out the snake-shaped whip and probed in beast language. "You beast, why are you chasing me?" The wind wolf stared blankly. It didn't expect Qin Wushuang to know the language of spirit beasts. Qin Wushuang took advantage of its momentary daze to swing the snake-shaped whip at its back. The wind wolf howled, and a silver light suddenly appeared on its back. When Qin Wushuang's snake-shaped soft whip arrived, he felt the whip stop on the back of that wind wolf. With a flash of silver light, he felt that the power of this whip had hit the target. However, there was no reaction. The wind wolf grinned as if mocking Qin Wushuang. It glanced at Qin Wushuang as if it was deliberately demonstrating its power. All the hairs on its body stood up and it howled again. This beast is actually not afraid of the whip's attack. Its outer skin is a bit strange. Qin Wushuang was slightly surprised, but he wasn't worried. The whip's attack doesn't have any sharpness. Perhaps the wolf's outer skin has the property of dispelling spirit energy. Qin Wushuang was very experienced in facing enemies. Thus, he didn't panic when his attack failed. Instead, he pulled out the purple sun sword and sneered, "You're not afraid of the whip. Let's see if you still dare not dodge my sword." Finished speaking, the violet sun sword swung out, and with a flash of sword flowers, the sword suddenly turned into thousands of sword chi, flying towards the wind wolf's back with a biting cold. The wind wolf once again snorted in disdain, but this time, it did not dare to be careless. With a twist of its body, like a gust of wind, it dashed several meters away. This speed was indeed not to be underestimated. Qin Wushuang was secretly surprised. This wind wolf's strength was indeed very troublesome. Qin Wushuang felt that facing this wind wolf would be as difficult as facing old monster Ji Yin. Although this wind wolf didn't have the tyrannical strength of old monster Ji Yin, in terms of pure speed and movement, as well as defense, it might be even more terrifying than old monster Ji Yin. The wind wolf's legs suddenly lowered, while its hind legs propped up high. With a low growl, its whole body shot out like a taut bow. Its speed was so fast that it was like a floating shadow, rushing over like the wind. Its 2 claws scratched the air a few times, creating a net of wind blades that slashed towards Qin Wushuang's head. Nature attribute attack. Qin Wushuang's heart sank. He could clearly feel that this net of wind blades actually contained the mysteries of the wind attribute. Although the wind attribute wasn't one of the basic 5 elements, it was still a kind of natural energy with unparalleled power. Qin Wushuang didn't dare to be careless. Using the immortal ascending cloud steps, he dodged and dodged the attack. The wind wolf's 2 legs continuously scratched the ground. For a moment, sand and stones were sent flying and black gas was emitted. Qin Wushuang was forced to retreat again and again. Qin Wushuang didn't panic. He only dodged left and right. At the same time, he began to think of a way to restrain the wind wolf. Although this wind wolf was strong, it was still a combat beast. As a spiritual beast, it had its strong points, but it also had a fatal weakness. This weakness was pride and underestimation of the enemy. If he could make use of this weakness, Qin Wushuang was confident that he would have a chance to take care of this wind wolf. As he fought, he began to ponder and study the wind wolf's battle characteristics. Just as the Lord Palace Master and the others had seen, Qin Wushuang was an expert in the rhythm of battle. His ability to grasp the rhythm of battle was mostly based on the immortal ascending cloud steps. As long as the immortal ascending cloud steps wasn't messed up, he would have the opportunity to find opportunities to control the rhythm of battle. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 246. How many times had Qin Wushuang relied on this method to find an opportunity, to find the opponent's weakness, and from there, turn defeat into victory? It was the same for Zhao Muji, for Wei Yi. Especially in the battle with Wei Yi, Qin Wushuang did not have any advantage, and in the extremely dangerous battle environment, he finally found a sliver of an opportunity, and forcibly took control of the situation in his hands. The battle situation this time was obviously more dangerous than the battle with Wei Yi. No matter how hard Qin Wushuang tried, he was still unable to find a suitable opportunity. Because the Wind Wolf's speed was really too fast. Qin Wushuang did not have an advantage in terms of absolute speed, and the efficiency of his counterattack was naturally not optimistic. Therefore, Qin Wushuang did not want to use any of his sneak attack techniques at this time. The Wind Wolf's movement speed was so fast, Qin Wushuang did not want to reveal his trump card so early. But Qin Wushuang was not completely without a plan. He knew that the Wind Wolf's skin could counteract spiritual power, but it could not directly face the blade. Therefore, when he counterattacked, he would naturally use the Violet Sun Sword to greet it. The Wind Wolf was also very cunning. When Qin Wushuang used the Violet Sun Sword, it would dodge. When Qin Wushuang used the snake-shaped whip, it would not dodge at all. In this way, the soft whip in Qin Wushuang's hand became a decoration. But Qin Wushuang did not plan to put away the soft whip. Vaguely, he already had a bold idea. When this idea appeared, Qin Wushuang could not help but feel his blood boil. If this plan could be carried out, it would definitely be very heaven-defying. Perhaps, my breakthrough will depend on this battle wolf. Qin Wushuang's thoughts flashed, and he smiled slightly. His footsteps were not the slightest bit hurried, and he continued to leap. He actually stopped attacking, and did not counterattack. Instead, he focused on dealing with the attacks of the hungry wolf. He had to clearly understand the characteristics of this fierce wolf's attacks, and then grasp the characteristics of its cultivation. Generally speaking, the spiritual power of a spirit beast was provided by its inner core. The inner core of a spirit beast was usually in the chest cavity. For beasts that crawled on all fours, this area happened to be more hidden and difficult to attack. The long grass in the underbrush suddenly parted on both sides, and a gust of wind rushed over. The Wind Wolf crouched on the ground and rushed forward, as if it was directly attacking Qin Wushuang's lower body. Qin Wushuang took a good look at the direction he came from and slashed down with his Violet Sun Sword. The golden light was like a waterfall, and as it hacked down, a crack appeared in the ground, extending in the direction of the Wind Wolf. The Wind Wolf let out a strange howl and took advantage of the opening to dive in. This Wind Wolf could actually burrow into the ground. This time, it was completely out of Qin Wushuang's expectations. He knew that the Wind Wolf was powerful, but he didn't expect it to have so many skills. It could even burrow into the ground. Middle-grade war beasts are indeed extraordinary. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang sighed with admiration. Inwardly, he felt even more desire. He retreated rapidly and jumped onto a giant tree. With a light tap of his toes, he stepped on a branch floating outside. Swaying from side to side, he observed the changes on the ground. Although the Wind Wolf could burrow into the ground, it was impossible for it to completely cover up the aura of burrowing. As long as there was the slightest fluctuation of spiritual power, it would be impossible to avoid Qin Wushuang's tracking. Therefore, Qin Wushuang wasn't afraid of this burrowing skill at all. If this Wind Wolf hid underground and didn't move, and ambushed him, Qin Wushuang might be a little afraid. Because if he didn't know beforehand, it would be very difficult to guard against an attack that rushed up from underground. However, this Wind Wolf could burrow into the ground right under his nose, so Qin Wushuang naturally wasn't worried. This was the biggest difference between war beasts and humans. They were proud and conceited, and liked to show off their strength. After the confrontation with Qin Wushuang, this Wind Wolf had already determined in its heart that Qin Wushuang's spiritual power was far inferior to this middle-grade war beast. As for his battle skills, there weren't many things to see. Therefore, it now wanted to use all kinds of cruel methods to kill this human, then suck his chi dry, and devour his spirit beast. This was all the ideas in the Wind Wolf's mind. It felt that this burrowing skill could catch Qin Wushuang off guard. Whoosh! Qin Wushuang's ears twitched. He heard the sound of a spiral drill coming from underground. It was continuously drilling up from the roots of the big tree under his feet. The power of this spiral drill was incomparably tyrannical. It continuously drilled up, and the wood chips of a big tree flew everywhere, immediately splitting to both sides. Suddenly, a big hole broke out in the trunk. Like an electric drill, that Wind Wolf's entire body condensed into a sharp arrow and attacked towards Qin Wushuang's feet. Qin Wushuang gave a loud shout, and the snake-shaped whip in his hand suddenly shook. It made a circle in the air and formed 3 knots that headed towards the Wind Wolf. One circle after another, the Wind Wolf's body was coiled into 3 circles. His hands shook rapidly, and the frequency was almost as fast as the speed of the Wind Wolf's drilling. As Qin Wushuang spun, his feet followed along. Suddenly, his arm tightened and the long whip in his hand was tightly bound on the body of the Wind Wolf. That Wind Wolf was proud for a moment and was apparently indifferent to any attack from the snake-shaped whip. Even if its body was bound, it was not afraid because it was not afraid of any attack from the snake-shaped whip. Even if Qin Wushuang planned to use the whip to drag it, it was confident that in terms of strength, it would not lose to this initial stage human. Thus, with a flash of silver light, the hair on its body stood up again. Suddenly, it opened its bloody mouth and gave a long hiss. The silver light on its body became even more resplendent as it planned to use its own strength to break Qin Wushuang's whip. And at this time, a trace of an imperceptible smile flashed from the corner of Qin Wushuang's mouth. Indeed, this Wind Wolf was powerful. However, Qin Wushuang was incomparably happy. His layers upon layers of enticement had finally caused the Wind Wolf's guard to drop to the lowest, causing his arrogance to swell to its limit. And now, the Wind Wolf felt that it would not take much effort to break an initial stage spiritual weapon whip. However, it did not know that its thoughts had already pushed it into the abyss. Currently, it was Qin Wushuang's prey, a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Qin Wushuang laughed and pressed the thumb of both his hands firmly against the handle of the snake-shaped whip. The circulation route of the power of Deep North extended out with ease. Initially, Qin Wushuang had paid great attention to these 3 rings of binding. They had bound the inner core of the Wind Wolf. When the power of Deep North sucked in, that Wind Wolf only felt that the sea of spiritual qi inside the inner core had been emptied. The spiritual qi that it had just unleashed was like a stone sinking into the sea. Initially, it did not care, and once again, it urged the spiritual qi to rush out of the sea of spiritual qi. Just as it reached the surface, it seemed to have been sucked away by some power. That Wind Wolf did not believe it and urged the spiritual qi again. It repeated the same thing 3 times. Only then did he realize that there was something wrong with this. It gave a long hiss and jumped into the air to force Qin Wushuang to let go. And now, Qin Wushuang was like a magnet that was attracted to the metal. How could he let go so easily? No matter how the Wind Wolf jumped, he always followed the range of the Wind Wolf's movements. He followed the momentum of the Wind Wolf's movements and did not let it break free. At this moment, the Wind Wolf only felt that 2 completely unreasonable forces had rushed into its inner core and were very tyrannically absorbing the spiritual qi stored in its inner core. These 2 forces were like maggots in a tarsal bone. No matter how it jumped, it was unable to get rid of them. At first, its jumping could still make Qin Wushuang feel that the impact was very strong and not easy to deal with. But after a while, the momentum of the Wind Wolf's pounding clearly weakened. It was like 2 strong men arm wrestling. At the beginning, they were equally matched, so they were naturally in a deadlock. But as the strength of one side was ceaselessly absorbed by the other, the situation would naturally gradually become one-sided. The Wind Wolf's expression changed from surprise to fear and then to despair. In the end, it did not have any strength to resist and was held back by Qin Wushuang. Its inner core was completely absorbed by Qin Wushuang. The spiritual combat beast that had its inner core completely absorbed was like a tiger that had its claws removed. It was completely unable to be fierce and lay on the ground like a dead dog, limp and motionless. Qin Wushuang knew that for this kind of spiritual combat beast, if its inner core was not destroyed, even if its spiritual qi was sucked dry, it would still be able to recover with time. Therefore, he was not polite at all. After he finished absorbing, he waved the purple sun sword and cut off the wind wolf's head. This wind wolf could be said to be a treasure from head to toe. Qin Wushuang disposed of the blood and threw the wind wolf's corpse into his storage bag. The wind wolf's teeth and claws were incomparably sharp. They were comparable to ordinary middle spirit weapons. How could Qin Wushuang waste them? And the skin of this wind wolf could even resist spiritual qi attacks. It was even more miraculous and naturally, it was good stuff. Qin Wushuang naturally accepted it with a smile. This battle had lasted for almost a day. Qin Wushuang looked at the mess on the ground and knew that it was impossible to destroy the traces of the battle. At the moment, he did not waste any time and adjusted his breathing for a moment. He continuously merged the spiritual qi absorbed from the wind wolf into his sea of qi. After a moment, Qin Wushuang suddenly thought of something. He concealed his upper sky realm presence and quietly left the scene. In this battle, Qin Wushuang had already touched the edge of a breakthrough. He could already feel that the middle stage of the upper sky realm was knocking on the door. Therefore, he must find a suitable environment to completely melt the spiritual qi absorbed from the wind wolf. Once he melted the spiritual qi, Qin Wushuang knew that he would truly open the door to the middle stage of the spiritual martial force. The middle stage of the spiritual martial force was a stage that countless upper sky realm warriors yearned for day and night but could not reach. It had truly come knocking on Qin Wushuang's door. All of this was like a dream. For your information, many upper sky realm warriors could not break into the middle stage from the initial stage of the upper sky realm in their entire lifetime. And Qin Wushuang had done it in less than a year. If this news were to spread out, it would cause many upper sky realm warriors to sigh and lament. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 247. Outside the camp, each of the 9 core disciples of the Stargaze Palace was on high alert. 15 minutes ago, a sharp long whistle emerged from the deep part of the green jade mountain. It had displayed exceptional strength. Although they did not know where this long whistle had come from, they guessed that it should not be something good. Now, there were about 2 hours before daybreak. It was the last darkness before the dawn. It was also the time of the day when people were the most tired and easily distracted. Especially Wei Yi, who was on the outside. He did not dare to be careless. Being a middle-stage warrior, he had clearly felt a wave of invisible pressure from that long whistle. At the very least, the person who could make Wei Yi feel pressured must be a middle-stage warrior, and at least, his strength would not be below him. Most likely, he would be stronger than him. After all, Wei Yi was still young. It had only been 2 or 3 years since he had broken into the middle stage. At the middle stage, he was still in the initial stage and was still relatively weak. Although he had the natural spiritual roots, the training of the middle stage was completely different than the initial stage. To break through, he must train in all 5 basic attributes. Any stagnation in any of the 5 attributes would drag down the entire training process. Thus, compared to the initial stage, the training at the middle stage was at least 5 times more difficult. Thus, although it was difficult to break into the middle stage from the initial stage, it was extremely difficult to break into the advanced stage from the middle stage. Even for a middle stage empire like the Great Luo, there were only 5 of them. They were the overlords of the Great Luo and had become the 5 giants of the Stargaze Palace. Suddenly, Wei Yi opened his eyes wide and stopped in front of him. He shouted in a low voice, "The person in front, stop." Next, Wei Yi was shocked inwardly. He felt that a wave of powerful spiritual qi seemed to have been released all of a sudden. Like the eruption of a dormant volcano, it rushed towards him from all directions. Wei Yi immediately initiated his spiritual qi to resist it. As soon as he initiated this spiritual qi pressure, it was like a needle against an awl. When the spiritual qi wall pushed against each other, Wei Yi could not help but take a few steps back. On the other hand, the faintly discernible man, who was like the wind, was like a wisp of smoke. He merely swayed a little before continuing forward. Wei Yi was secretly taken aback. With this collision, he actually secretly suffered a loss. Immediately, he shouted, "Everyone, be careful. A strong enemy is attacking. Don't be alone." Like smoke, that person from the other side slowly floated over and asked coldly, "Middle stage, that's right. Let me ask you, did you kill my contract beast?" Wei Yi's heart shook. Contract beast. Could it be that the battle spirit beast that junior brother Qin killed was actually this person's contract beast? A battle spirit beast had already caused junior brother Qin to be in such a sorry state. Then, how powerful was the master behind it? However, since the other party had interrogated him in such a manner, Wei Yi was naturally not in a hurry to clear his name. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "Were the tens of thousands of lives in Purple Cloud Town killed by you? Killing one of those ants won't be too little, killing 100,000 won't be too much. I was the one who killed him." The grey-robed man smiled evilly as he approached. Wei Yi did not dare to be careless. With a flick of his sleeve, he gripped the cicada wing saber in his hand. His aura continued to surge as he prepared to attack at any moment. As soon as this person approached his defense circle, he would launch a fatal attack without hesitation. He would use his swift saber attacks to kill the other party. Achem! Lights flashed from the eyes of the grey-robed man as he glanced around. 9 people? And one is hiding in the tent and not willing to come out. From such a far distance, he could sense Qin Wushuang's upper sky presence that kept spreading out. However, he could not grasp that Qin Wushuang was at the crucial moment when he was about to enter the middle stage. In the blink of an eye, Wei Yi's thoughts had turned countless times. If he were to start a battle here, the clash of the powerful upper sky presence would most likely affect Qin Wushuang's breakthrough. If he were to lure this person away from the battle, Wei Yi knew that his strength was inferior to this person. If he had the help of these junior brothers and sisters, perhaps he could stabilize the battle situation. Facing a difficult choice, he knew that he did not have much time to hesitate. He did not have much time to make a choice. The opportunity would be lost in the blink of an eye. When he thought of this, Wei Yi suddenly had a very noble feeling. He had already made his decision. Immediately, he said coldly, "Mister, I was the one who killed your spiritual war beast. You killed so many innocent people in the Purple Cloud Town. I also need to settle this debt with you. If you have the guts, come with me." As Wei Yi spoke, he leaped towards the hills on the left. When the grey-robed man heard his words, his eyes flashed fiercely as he said coldly, "If that's the case, then accept your fate." After he had finished speaking, he twisted his body and rushed over. When the grey-robed man saw that there were 9 people on Wei Yi's side, he was more or less on guard. At this moment, Wei Yi had proposed a one-on-one battle. Regardless of the reason, he had no reason to refuse. Ju Fu quickly said, "Lu Xiaonan and Huang Chaoyang, you two should quickly go and help senior brother Wei Yi. Don't let him suffer. This person's strength is not to be underestimated." Lu Xiaonan and Huang Chaoyang were disciples from the same line as Wei Yi. Naturally, they cared more about their senior brother. Hearing Ju Fu's instructions, they immediately nodded and followed. Junior brother Zhao Muji, you take junior brother Deng Bohu and Miao Zhongxia to help from the side. You must not let senior brother Wei Yi suffer. At this crucial moment, Ju Fu had the responsibility of a senior sister. She knew that this person was a great enemy. With this person here, at least for now, there would not be any danger in this area. Zhao Muji did not dare to neglect as he nodded. "Yes." Ju Fu said to Lu Teng and Jian Rui from her line, 2 junior brothers, "The 3 of us will be responsible for protecting junior brother Wushuang. If an enemy invades, do you guys know how to deal with it? Of course we will fight with our lives. We must not let the enemy disturb junior brother Wushuang's breakthrough." Lu Ting declared his position with his life. Inwardly, he also felt hot blood surging. From senior brother Wei Yi's performance a moment ago, he had seen the true friendship between fellow disciples of the Stargaze Palace and his noble character and unquestionable integrity. A few days ago, he had lost to junior brother Wu Shuang. However, senior brother Wei Yi had disregarded the past and created a good environment for junior brother Wu Shuang. He had risked his life to lure away the enemy. It could be said that Wei Yi's move had not only conquered the disciples of the Green Cloud Palace, but also the disciples of the other 3 palaces. With Wei Yi as an example, these smart people had instantly understood the responsibility of a core disciple of the Stargaze Palace. They understood the meaning of training their skills. Fellow disciples, what did it mean to be fellow disciples? It meant that within the same sect, they would hold the sky together and fill the earth together. Ju Fu felt it and mumbled, "Senior brother Wei Yi, you guys must take care." Then, she looked at the inside of the tent and also felt somewhat anxious. I don't know when junior brother Wu Shuang will successfully break through. Apparently, that invader is also an elite warrior at the middle stage of the spiritual martial force. He is even more powerful than senior brother Wei Yi. Only when junior brother Wu Shuang comes out of isolation and attacks with senior brother Wei Yi, perhaps, we can kill this person. She raised her head to look to the east. The last trace of darkness before dawn seemed to be extremely long. That round of rising sun seemed to be unwilling to peek its head out. Currently, Qin Wushuang had reached the crucial moment of breaking through. That mouthful of foul air from his dantian was also slowly being expelled from his rich spiritual qi. This mouthful of impure air was the impure air that must be excreted from the initial stage to the middle stage of the spiritual martial force. After exhaling this mouthful of impure air, it meant that Qin Wushuang would succeed in his breakthrough. Qin Wushuang slowly exhaled. Gradually, he had urged that wave of warm air to reach its peak. As long as this warm air reached its peak, it could flush out this foul air and form a substantial breakthrough. Only, this peak state was like the rising sun in the winter. It made people anxious and made people wait. Qin Wushuang had forgotten himself and was making the final sprint. Currently, he did not know what was happening in the outside world and did not have the time to care about the changes happening in the outside world. There was only one thought in his mind. He wanted to get rid of this foul air and break through the last restraint of the initial stage to successfully enter the middle stage. Whoosh! In the east, under the expectation of Ju Fu and the others, the red sun finally peeked half of its head out from the white. The sun had risen from the east and a brand new day had finally arrived. The morning light had finally awakened the entire earth. It had awakened a night of deep sleep and emitted new vitality. Inside the tent, Qin Wushuang's emotions seemed to have been ignited by this red sun. Suddenly, that wave of warm air from Qin Wushuang rushed out as if it was a wave of innate magical power. It was as if it was a predestined plot. Whoosh! He spat out a mouthful of foul air and rushed forward. Like a sharp blade, it pierced through the tent and rushed out with an unparalleled momentum. Qin Wushuang's eyes were filled with charm. He stood up and was brimming with energy. He only felt that his entire body was calm as if he had been reborn. As he strode out of the tent, Ju Fu and the others immediately came up to greet him. "Junior brother Wushuang, you broke through?" Ju Fu was the first one to ask as her expression was filled with concern. "Senior sister, yes." Qin Wushuang also had a trace of joy. Then, he looked around and asked suspiciously, "Where are the others?" Ju Fu hurriedly recounted what happened last night. She did not forget to add, "Wei Yi Shixiang is really a person with great wisdom." At the crucial moment, he was not deceived by the private affairs of the sect and actually led the strong enemy away. "Junior brother Wushuang, this is also because of your charisma." Qin Wushuang's eyes flashed as he was also moved. He immediately said, "Let's go and see, we cannot let senior brother Wei Yi suffer." "Yes, let's go." Ju Fu called out, "Let's all go." The group of 4 quickly chased after the path that Wei Yi and the others had taken. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt incomparably warm. Although it was winter, Wei Yi's invisible display of camaraderie allowed him to experience the warmth of competition within the Stargaze Palace. Only such sect deserved the title of the #1 sect in the Great Luo Empire. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang once again had a deeper sense of belonging to the Stargaze Palace. He also became more aware of what kind of responsibility he would have to maintain. P.S. Once again, tonight at 8 p.m., Plosky and the majority of book friends will have a YY meeting to talk about a book. For those interested, please pay attention. A. Mature sisters and lollis, uncles and shotas, handsome guys and beautiful girls, all gathered together. Haha. Channel ID 513544041. Because of the YY event tonight, Old Bull will also be attending. Thus, there will be another explosive event tonight. Most likely, it will be after 21. Please include more. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 248. The grey-robed man's cultivation level was indeed higher than Wei Yi's. In the spacious valley, Zhao Muji and his crew were observing the surroundings, but they could not find any gap, nor any chance to attack. The grey-robed man's attack was as fast as lightning. He was using a huge spear. This huge spear was like the arm of the grey-robed man. Its coordination and fusion was extremely high. The frequency of the attack was fast and the flexibility of the attack was strong. It was something that Wei Yi had never seen before. Wei Yi, this kind of outstanding genius, was also in dire straits under the grey-robed man's attacks, somewhat strenuous. The grey-robed man's great spear was like a rolling poisonous dragon. Every spear attack brought with it a biting cold stormy aura that swept over, as if it had the momentum to sweep everything away. Wei Yi's movement technique was amazing, but the cicada blade in his hand was a little weak compared to the opponent's spear. Facing the grey-robed man's wide-open attacks, Wei Yi basically spent 9 out of 10 rounds defending and dodging. He was rarely able to force out his own blade aura. If his defense was watertight, using a defensive counterattack was also a good strategy. But the problem was that Wei Yi's defense was not that impregnable. Wei Yi's strength was in his offense, his movement technique and his blade technique. If it was just defense, his defense was far from Qin Wushuang. Whoosh! The tip of the spear trembled, creating a few spiraling qi that spread out like ripples. The red tassel on the tip of the spear curled into a circle, looking extremely beautiful. The killing intent was sharp as it pierced towards Wei Yi's waist. Wei Yi did not fight back. He retreated and his blade flashed. 2 consecutive blades slashed out. The blade aura congealed but did not come out. It protected the front of his body and protected the vital parts of his body. Mph, I want to see how long you can last. The grey-robed man was obviously skilled and daring. He was not afraid of being surrounded by Zhao Muji and the rest. From his point of view, the only one who could pose a threat to him was the blade user in front of him. As for the rest, even if they attacked together, he would not feel much pressure. Wei Yi was also shocked. This person's spear technique is extremely overbearing. I have not received any attacks for a long time. My aura is already suppressed by him. In a battle between innates, if one's aura was suppressed by his, one's defeat would not be far off. No matter what, we have to fight back. Wei Yi was confident that if he had the chance to counterattack, he would be able to make the grey-robed man miserable. Especially the 3 blades to extinguish the sky taught by his master. Its power was absolutely not weaker than any of the grey-robed man's attacks. In fact, it was even better than that. However, the grey-robed man's attacks were as smooth as flowing water. Spear after spear, it could be said that it was done in one breath without any pause. Every spear seemed to be at his fingertips, but once it was used, it was extremely powerful. A single spear should have forced Wei Yi to have very few chances to retaliate, let alone allowing him to calmly organize an attack, accumulate momentum, and use his ultimate move. Second senior brother, eldest senior brother is at a disadvantage. Why don't we attack him together? Huang Chaoyang, the third disciple of the head palace master, was a little anxious. The second disciple, Lu Shaonan, calmly said, "Third brother, don't be anxious. If we go up now, we won't be able to help eldest senior brother. Instead, we might affect him and become his burden." Become his burden? Huang Chaoyang was confused as he could not help but ask, "Then when can we go up to help?" Lu Shaonan could not answer this question as he gave a long sigh. Currently, they are attacking and defending at such a fast speed and with such powerful temperament, us initial stage warriors cannot even get involved. I am afraid we would be shaken out by that temperament when we get close to that area. Then this way, the 5 of us are like decorations and cannot help at all? Huang Chaoyang was somewhat unwilling. Wait. Inwardly, Lu Shaonan was also extremely anxious. However, he knew that he must remain calm as he was too concerned. Or else, besides causing unnecessary deaths and injuries, it would not help at all. Wait until when? Wait until their spiritual qi is exhausted and their temperament is weakened. Although Lu Shaonan said this, inwardly, he was not optimistic. With such tyrannical attacks, most likely they would not wait until their spiritual qi was exhausted to use their trump card. At this time, Zhao Muji and the others also gathered. With a solemn expression, Zhao Muji said in a low voice, "You too, senior brother Wei Yi is in a bad situation. For the current plan, I have a suggestion. Would you two like to hear it?" "Please tell us." Lu Shaonan said. "This person's attack power is exceptional. Initially, it would be difficult for us to intervene when elite warriors at the middle stage of the spiritual martial force fight. However, if we don't intervene, senior brother Wei Yi will suffer in the long run. If senior brother Wei Yi suffers a great loss, how could any eggs remain intact when the nest is overturned? We must not sit and watch this situation happen. Do you have any good ideas?" Lu Shaonan asked. "I thought about it. I am afraid any of our individual attacks would not be able to break through their temperament and pose a substantial threat to that man in grey robes. However, if the 5 of us work together to attack one target, it would be enough to fight against their temperament. Collective attack." Lu Shaonan nodded slowly. "We can try. However, it's also very dangerous. I saw that this man in grey robes had a fast reaction. If our collective attack does not work, he would come to deal with us. Among the 5 of us, I am afraid none of us would be able to defend against his spear head-on. Thus, even if we attack as a group, we must at least make sure we can attack 3 or 4 times. This way, we can ensure that senior brother Wei Yi has the time to perform the 3 sword moves to extinguish the sky and form a pincer attack. Once such a pincer attack was formed, the offensive power of this man in grey robes would be suppressed and he would fall into a defensive position. Once that happened, the Stargaze Palace would be able to redeem the situation." Zhao Muji nodded with certainty. "Yes, then let's make a deal. Remember, look at my hand signals. We will attack together according to my hand signals. This way, we can avoid a chaotic battle situation where you attack and I attack. If we do not attack at the same frequency, for sure we will not pose a substantial threat to that man in grey robe." Everyone nodded to show their agreement. Zhao Muji waved his hand and the others pulled out their weapons. As soon as Zhao Muji made a hand signal, the 5 of them waved their weapons in unison. They used all their power to shoot out a wave of spiritual qi attack. Whether it was blade light or sword light, they shot out at the same time and formed into a giant whirlpool attack. Then, it went towards the back of that man in grey robes. Indeed, the power of these 5 attacks combined into one attack was extraordinary. Indeed, it broke through the qi of those 2 and formed a fatal threat to that man in grey robes. Initially, the man in grey robes attacked like a tide and had formed an absolute advantage over Wei Yi. Yet, he was not prepared and something unexpected happened behind his back. This attack was blocked by the qi and was more or less delayed. This also gave the man in grey robes some time to react. Feeling the movement of the airflow behind his back, his alertness as an upper sky warrior allowed him to react instantly. He sent out a spear and dodged to the side. Then, he gave a loud shout. Suddenly, a sharp light shot out from his brows as he laughed eerily. "A few small fish jumping here and there, it's quite annoying. Wait until I pinch the small fish to death, then I will kill you, the big fish. Indeed, this man in grey robes was powerful. When he fought with Wei Yi, he left as soon as he said he would. However, Wei Yi could not retreat even if he wanted to. When the man in grey robes attacked with his spear, of course, Wei Yi had to defend himself. Thus, he could not care about his friends. The man in grey robes sneered. His figure was like a graceful swan as he shot towards Zhao Muji and the rest. Zhao Muji made another hand gesture. 5 attacks, saber light and sword shadows, rolled into a fierce killing intent and slashed over. The man in grey robes was incomparably contemptuous. With a loud shout, he shook his spear and pierced towards the condensed attack circle. With a cold spear light and an indomitable aura, it was as if 2 armies were fighting. He actually used the power of the spear to pierce through the combined attack of Zhao Muji and the rest. Boom! The power of the spear was unparalleled. It was like a world-shaking attack that caused the mountains to crumble and the earth to collapse. The condensed attack was blasted by the tip of the spear and scattered in all directions. Instantly, it shattered into pieces of air and shot out in all directions, raising a cloud of dust and grass. The fact that the condensed attack was broken was completely out of Zhao Muji and the rest's expectations. For a moment, all of them were dumbstruck. Zhao Muji's reaction was faster as he waved his hand again. However, when they reacted again, the man in grey robes was already in front of them. With a point of his spear, a ray of white light shot out. Like lightning in the sky, it directly slashed towards Zhao Muji, who was closest to him. At this moment, Zhao Muji had just finished his hand gesture. When he saw the overbearing attack coming towards him, he was really scared out of his wits. The judge's pen subconsciously protected his chest. His heart was filled with despair as if he had already seen hell waving its hand from afar. At this moment, Zhao Muji suddenly felt a force behind him that pushed his body violently. This force was very gentle and very ingenious. Zhao Muji's body suddenly flew to the side like a piece of paper that was blown by the wind. Boom! Almost at the same time, the attack of the man in grey robes shot towards the ground where Zhao Muji was standing. A huge pit that was 10 feet deep suddenly appeared. Dust flew everywhere and the air trembled. It caused the void to tremble. As for the 4 core disciples beside Zhao Muji, although they jumped out at the same time, they were shocked by the aftershock. Their blood and dantian were in chaos and they almost vomited blood. Among them, that Miao Zhongxia was the closest and directly vomited blood. The main target of the man in grey robes was still Zhao Muji. Unexpectedly, Zhao Muji's body was dragged away like a kite. He looked forward with a ruthless gaze. Zhao Muji also broke out in cold sweat after escaping death. His face was pale and he could not speak a word for a while. Junior brother Qin. Wei Yi's eyes were sharp as he saw Qin Wushuang immediately. He laughed happily. "You're finally here." Like a shadow, Qin Wushuang's figure flashed as if he had appeared out of thin air. He stood 3 meters away from where Zhao Muji was standing and looked at that man in grey robes with vigilance. His gaze was like a knife as he locked onto him from afar. Inwardly, that man in grey robes was moved, another middle-stage warrior. P.S. Today I will still update 5 times. Now I will start to break out continuously. I only ask for the monthly and recommendation ticket. Also, I will recommend a fantasy book from my friend. There are plenty of words to read. Book title: The Rebirth of the Magic God. Introduction. He is a magic god who once represented the true essence of magic. But 500 years later, he was reborn in the body of a good-for-nothing youth who had no affinity with magic. Thus, the youth's fate began to change. Chapter 249. With the violet sun sword in his hand, Qin Wushuang did not suppress the upper sky chi from his body. He instructed, "The 8 of you, divide into 2 groups. Each group has 4 people and guard the 2 sides. You only need to make sure that when someone runs away, you will be the first to stop them." Then, he gave Wei Yi a look. "Senior brother Wei, you will hold the fort for me. Act according to the situation." When Wei Yi heard Qin Wushuang's instructions, He knew that Qin Wushuang's ambition was to kill this person directly. Without hesitation, he nodded. Okay, I will hold the fort for junior brother Wushuang. This person is one of the main culprits of the Purple Cloud Town incident. Today, no matter what, I must cut off his head. He did it. Instantly, anger spewed out from Qin Wushuang's eyes. Then if I don't cut off his head today, I will not retreat. That grey-robed man laughed. Ignorant kid, I would like to see how capable you are to dare to boast like this. No wonder this grey-robed man was bold. Even when he was surrounded, he did not show the slightest fear. He coldly glanced at Wei Yi. You little brat, you killed my contract beast and are the main culprit. I will kill you first, then take care of the rest. After he had finished speaking, he shook his spear and was about to attack Wei Yi again. Previously, when Wei Yi had taken the initiative to take the responsibility of killing the Wind Wolf, Qin Wushuang understood the problem when he heard these words. Immediately, he laughed coldly. Your eyes have grown to your crotch. The person who killed the wild wolf was clearly me. How could you put the blame on senior brother Wei Yi? A sharp light flashed across the grey-robed man's eyes as he stared at Qin Wushuang's face. Apparently, he was trying to distinguish the truth of Qin Wushuang's words. Qin Wushuang laughed happily, but inwardly, he was fully alert. He knew that since this grey-robed man was able to attack senior brother Wei Yi to the point that he could not fight back, his spiritual qi must be above Wei Yi and Qin Wushuang. However, Qin Wushuang was different from Wei Yi. He specialized in defense and counterattack. His offense and defense were more balanced than Wei Yi's. Therefore, if he were to fight against the grey-robed man, senior apprentice brother Wei Yi would wait for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack from the outside, using the 3 blades of sky extinguishing to launch a fierce attack. The threat to the grey-robed man would definitely be greater. Little Feng, did you really kill him? The grey-robed man asked in a deep voice. Not only did I kill it, but I also dismembered it, took its inner core, and cut off its skin. It would be too easy to just kill such a crazy beast with a single slash. How can we face those innocent souls in Purple Cloud Town? A trace of purple mist appeared on the grey-robed man's face. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. Suddenly, his lips moved, revealing a strange smile, and he shouted in a ferocious voice, if that's the case, then you'll be buried with Xiao Feng. As soon as his voice fell, the long spear exploded. Kai. In the air, a purple dragon-like spear radiance shot out, causing a series of explosions. Good. Qin Wushuang smiled lightly. Suddenly, his body swayed like a willow branch and flashed to the left side. Then, he slashed with the violet sun sword in his hand. Whoosh. Sword chi, the red sword chi, like a ball of raging fire, formed into a wave of sword light and slashed horizontally at the waist of the grey-robed man. For this slash, Qin Wushuang had pushed out the fire attribute spiritual qi through his veins. The power of this slash was completely different than when he was an initial stage martial artist. This slash appeared casual, yet it was extremely vicious as it targeted the weakness of the grey-robed man. The grey-robed man's spear was full of power, but he realized that his power was like a fist hitting a cool breeze. His opponent just twisted his body and drifted away. The strangeness of his movement technique was something he had never seen before in his life. As for the other party's sword, in terms of pure offensive power, it was inferior to his spear. However, it was able to take advantage of the moment when he attacked to catch him off guard. Taking advantage of the time difference, the difference in pure strength was negligible. As soon as the grey-robed man exchanged moves, he saw that this person before him was much more difficult to deal with than the previous one. When Wei Yi saw Qin Wushuang's defense, he also felt somewhat ashamed inwardly. Indeed, junior brother Qin's defense is extraordinary. Especially that movement technique of his. At first glance, it did not appear to be anything special. However, that graceful movement was so natural and could cause the opponent's powerful attack to miss. It's like a fist hitting cotton. It seems to be harmless to the attacker, but after a long time, it would be unavoidable for him to become impatient. When he thought here, Wei Yi felt even more ashamed and sighed inwardly when he recalled the battle between him and Qin Wushuang. Now, He finally understood that his defeat was not only because Qin Wushuang had taken advantage of his weak personality. In terms of strength, Qin Wushuang was indeed exceptional. Just by looking at his defensive power, indeed, as a senior brother who had entered the middle stage for 2 or 3 years, he felt extremely impressed. The grey-robed man had no choice but to dodge this sword attack. It was because his spear attack was in front of him. Clearly, he did not have enough time to withdraw it to block it. Then, all that was left was to dodge and retreat. Only, this way, unknowingly, Qin Wushuang had taken control of the battle. Different than those disciples of the Stargaze Palace, the grey-robed man had never seen Qin Wushuang make a move. He also lacked the necessary knowledge of Qin Wushuang's fighting style. He did not know that Qin Wushuang was a famous elite warrior in chaotic battles. He was especially good at controlling the rhythm. Not only was Qin Wushuang's rhythm unpredictable, he was also good at destroying the enemy's rhythm. Regardless of Zhao Muji or Wei Yi, they had all suffered from Qin Wushuang's attacks. Thus, when they saw Qin Wushuang and the grey-robed man in such a situation, they were overjoyed inwardly. If this trend continued, even if this person did not suffer a loss, he would not be able to win against Qin Wushuang. After the grey-robed man dodged this attack, he attacked with the long spear again. This time, as if his arm was convulsing, he stabbed 15 or 16 times in one breath. However, these 15 or 16 spear attacks were completed in one breath as if it had been completed in one breath. The wind and clouds changed and the terrain changed. For a time, dust rose around this grey-robed man. Driven by the spear attack, these dust rose up and formed a tornado-like temperament that shot towards Qin Wushuang's head. Still, Qin Wushuang remained calm and collected. His body was like a lone boat amidst the surging waves. Although he appeared to be in a dangerous situation, he still floated with the wolf head unyieldingly and never succumbed. The figure of the grey-robed man turned from 1 to 2. 2 turned into 4, 4 turned into 8, it kept changing and creating after images. Like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, the long spear in his hand kept attacking like a crazy person. For a time, this attack power was like a hailstorm. It covered his head and face and did not leave any gaps. With such attack power, even Wei Yi, who had always prided himself on his attack power, was shocked. Inwardly, he was worried for Qin Wushuang. Inwardly, he could not help but think, if that grey-robed man had used this kind of attack on me from the beginning, how long could I have lasted? Wei Yi did not dare to think about it. He cleared the distracting thoughts in his head and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he concentrated and prepared for the next wave of spiritual qi. As soon as he reached this peak state, he would unleash the first move of the 3 sword moves to extinguish the sky without hesitation. Reputation, disgrace, face, everything was like floating clouds. Before a powerful enemy, before this murderous demon, Wei Yi would not waste his time thinking about those boring things. He only knew that if this person did not die, the top 10 disciples of the Stargaze Palace would be in great danger. If this person did not die, those tens of thousands of innocent souls in the Purple Cloud Town would never rest in peace. There was no need for any righteousness to dress it up, nor was there any need for any motivation to spur it on. Currently, Wei Yi had the same thought as Qin Wushuang. That was, kill this demon. Even if it was 2 against 1, even if there were more of them, he would not hesitate. Currently, Qin Wushuang was experiencing the most difficult battle since he had stepped onto the path of martial arts. It was also his first battle since he had become a middle-stage warrior. Indeed, this person's attack power was above senior brother Wei Yi. However, how could he, Qin Wushuang, be an ignorant person? Regardless of how violent the enemy's attack was, his body was like a slippery fish as he could always find an opening. He could always find the only way to survive amidst the tens of thousands of dangers. The spear attacks of the grey-robed man became even more ferocious. It carried the power of the hurricane and blew away the sand and stones in all directions. Amidst the endless darkness, Qin Wushuang waved his violet sun sword again. Clang! The miserable metallic sound combined with the fire attribute spiritual qi that he had forced out. It drew a wave of fire in the sky and carried a peerless piercing power. It pierced through that darkness and slashed toward the forehead of that grey-robed man. At this moment, Wei Yi, who was on the outside, also saw the opportunity. He urged his entire body and raised the cicada blade high in the air. With a burst of light, he turned into a wave of golden light with his entire body. Without hesitation, he slashed toward the waist of that grey-robed man. A pincer attack from the left and right. After preparing for such a long time, finally, he had obtained a chance to attack from the left and right. This was a tacit attack. Qin Wushuang slashed out with his sword. In succession, 3 sword attacks were aimed at the vital points. Kai 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 kai. Indeed, the grey-robed man was powerful. When facing such a fatal attack and the pincer attack from 2 middle-stage warriors, suddenly, he stopped and turned at a high speed. His body and the long spear formed a circle and started to spin like a top. This rotation had an extremely powerful piercing power. From the ground, the soil kept flying up. Like a mouse that knew how to dig holes, the body of the grey-robed man quickly drilled into the ground. In an instant, he had completely drilled into the ground. Qin Wushuang kept slashing with his sword and continued to attack. The speed of that grey-robed man underground was not slow at all. In a moment, he had drilled into the core of the earth. Despite being a few meters away, even with Qin Wushuang's powerful spiritual perception, he could not sense the movements of the spiritual qi from the grey-robed man. Immediately, Qin Wushuang felt a wave of uneasiness. Inwardly, he shouted, "Everyone retreat." Then, he said, "Senior brother Wei, let's hold the formation and let them retreat first." The other 8 people did not understand. However, the sudden disappearance of that grey-robed man had caused them to feel extremely confused. "Don't hesitate, retreat. Find the tallest tree nearby and jump onto it," Qin Wushuang called out. His eyes kept moving around to search for any trace of movement. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 250. Wei Yi immediately understood that the grey-robed man was hiding underground and could break out of the ground at any time to launch a fatal attack. Immediately, he and Qin Wushuang cautiously used all their strength to sense the fluctuation of spiritual energy underground. As long as there was a trace of it, his cicada blade would attack without hesitation. Hiding on the ground could have the effect of a surprise attack, but at the same time, it was not easy to defend against an attack from the ground. Therefore, the grey-robed man's trick had both advantages and disadvantages. If used well, it could certainly surprise the opponent, but if used poorly, the opponent could take advantage of it. After seeing the group of junior brothers retreat, Wei Yi made a gesture to Qin Wushuang and pretended to shout, "Junior brother Qin, I will go over there to protect, you stay here and watch." "Okay." Qin Wushuang understood tacitly. Tightly holding the violet sun sword in his hand, he had already begun to gather momentum. Wei Yi's body floated forward. When he was 300 feet away, he suddenly stopped and turned around. At this moment, Qin Wushuang held the violet sun sword with both hands and suddenly shouted, "Open." The violet sun sword, like a world-destroying divine weapon, split open the ground. Boom! A crack, along with the flash of the sword, was cut open. It continuously separated to the 2 sides, forming a terrible fault that was 20 to 30 feet deep. This sword, Qin Wushuang could be said to have used all of his cultivation. The power of this sword was so great that it was like the collapse of the sky and the earth, very domineering. When this fault was opened, a crack appeared. It was equivalent to separating the 2 sides. If the grey-robed man wanted to pass through this place, the soil in this fault would not be unresponsive. Sure enough, the grey-robed man at this moment was quietly groping his way forward. Suddenly, he felt light in front of him, the sunlight penetrating through the fault. The grey-robed man was not afraid. With a grim smile, he stabbed his long spear several times. Pu, 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 pu. Spiritual energy attacks continuously burst out from the ground, as if bullets were shot from the ground. The grey-robed man's attacks on the ground could not hurt Qin Wushuang. Such sporadic attacks naturally had no deterrence. Qin Wushuang was not polite. Following the fault, he waved the violet sun sword again. Shua. Another sword strike. This sword strike was as easy as slicing through tofu. With a crashing sound, the fault was split into two again, creating a large pit that was over 3 meters wide. In this way, the grey-robed man's plan to use the underground tunnel would not be as easy as it seemed. Most importantly, he couldn't attack as easily underground as he did on the surface. The only reason he could breathe on the ground was because he was self-sufficient with his spiritual energy. Once he needed to attack or defend, his breathing would inevitably be affected. Therefore, although he could travel on the ground, he could not stay on the ground for too long. Seeing Qin Wushuang like this, he knew that hiding on the ground was not a solution. The tip of the spear brought out a spiral of qi, and rushed upwards. Qin Wushuang sighed inwardly. This grey-robed man's attack was really similar to that of the Wind Wolf. However, its power was twice as strong as the Wind Wolf. Qin Wushuang could already feel the powerful force even before the spiraling qi had left the ground. His body was like a swallow leaping into the water. He dodged a few times to avoid the opponent's breakthrough. Boom! The grey-robed man broke out of the ground, bringing out a face full of soil. At this moment, Wei Yi shouted, and the first move of the 3 blades of sky extinguishing was released again. This time, he attacked the grey-robed man's lower body. Qin Wushuang saw it clearly. He raised the violet sun sword and released 3 sword strikes, respectively attacking the grey-robed man's eyebrows, chest, and abdomen. In an instant, the grey-robed man's whole body was trapped by a line of attack. The grey-robed man was not afraid at all. The spiraling qi continued to speed up, rushing up into the air. Shua. Spiritual energy collided. The void trembled again, as if it was also shocked by this shocking battle. It produced a continuous buzzing sound. The grey-robed man's body was surrounded by a spiraling qi that formed a defensive spiritual energy vortex, blocking all the attack power. Whoosh! The grey-robed man bounced into the air, his body somersaulted, head down, feet up, and dived down again. With the spear in his hand, he swooped down toward Wei Yi like an eagle launching a surprise attack. Whoosh! Dust flew up again, sand and stones rolled back. Wei Yi's blade did not stop. With a backhand slash, he directly chopped at the grey-robed man's spear. Boom! It was another head-on collision. Although Wei Yi's saber aura was ferocious, the force of this collision caused his blood and qi to churn. And the grey-robed man was not completely unscathed. His arm was trembling. Apparently, Wei Yi's overbearing blade had shaken his arm, and blood was seeping out of his hand. Almost at the same time, Qin Wushuang saw an opportunity. The violet sun sword flew over, attacking the grey-robed man's back. The grey-robed man rushed to the left. He shouted, "Fighting with many people, what kind of skill is that?" At this moment, the grey-robed man was no longer in the mood to fight and was ready to retreat. He also knew that in front of these 2 people, he would not be able to find any advantage. His heart was full of resentment. He thought, if Xiaofeng did not die and joined hands with me, these 2 people would not be difficult to get rid of. Today I will retreat and think of a good plan. If I can't do it openly, can't I use assassination? These bastards have extraordinary skills. They must be the little bastards from the Stargaze Palace, right? However, when he had the thought of leaving, his aura began to rapidly decline. Most importantly, Qin Wushuang's attacks were as erratic as a butterfly flying through the flowers. He was unable to retreat easily due to the entanglement. When Wei Yi saw the opportunity, he also raised his blade and attacked from both sides. This way, the grey-robed man had fallen into this predicament of being attacked from the left and right. Inwardly, he complained incessantly. Although he was at a disadvantage, he could still hold on. At this moment, Qin Wushuang's left hand had already started to build up his temperament. Inwardly, he split his thoughts into 2 and did it naturally and skillfully. Finally, the grey-robed man's nightmare had arrived. This was the true nightmare, the symbol that would take his life. Initially, it was 2 against 1. However, because of Qin Wushuang's multitasking technique, it had become 3 against 1. The grey-robed man only felt that attacks were coming from all directions. Regardless of how he tried to dodge, he was always in dire straits and could not feel any sense of security. Qin Wushuang's coagulated sword was the most proficient at such close combat. He had fully unleashed the advantage of being quick and agile. He kept poking with one finger and attacked until that grey-robed man could not even take a breath. When he was depressed to the extreme, he was one step too slow and got hit by Wei Yi's blade. Even with the armor on his body, the blade light had penetrated his body and instantly, he could not move. When he saw Qin Wushuang's devilish methods, he focused on dealing with Qin Wushuang and put Wei Yi in the secondary position. This way, it was not strange for Wei Yi to find the right opportunity to attack and injure him. With the first attack, the second attack would not be far away. Qin Wushuang poked 3 times with his thumb and one of the sword qi shot directly into the grey-robed man's chest. The sword qi penetrated and was mostly absorbed by the grey-robed man's armor. However, this was only enough to prevent him from dying on the spot. He could not hold back any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. One after another, coagulated sword hit again. The grey-robed man roared, his eyes full of anger. He actually wanted to fight to the death with Qin Wushuang. However, due to his injuries, his movements were slow. Just as he moved, Wei Yi's blade came from behind. The cicada wing blade was as thin as a feather. Like cutting tofu, the blade light flashed and cut the grey-robed man in half. The grey-robed man did not stop. His upper body was still in the posture of charging towards Qin Wushuang. He fell down with a crash. Blood rushed to the sky. Qin Wushuang and Wei Yi both let out a long breath. Their eyes were full of hope. If this person had escaped from underground and did not come out, it would have been impossible for them to kill him. In the end, they had to form a pincer attack to keep him here. Both of them had to admit that this guy with unknown background was extremely tyrannical. Wei Yi called out, "Junior brothers, come here." Then, he used the cicada wing blade to cut open the clothes of this person. Apparently, he wanted to find some clues to see the background of this person to have such power. Unfortunately, after searching through this person's body, he found nothing. He could not find any clues. Junior brother Qin, apparently, this guy could not have done the destruction of the Purple Cloud Town by himself. For tens of thousands of people, even if he was a middle-stage warrior, he could not have killed them all. It's impossible that not a single one escaped. For sure, there must be more to this matter. Qin Wushuang said in a low voice, to kill tens of thousands of people, he must have used a regular army. At least 3,000 people would be needed to seal off the entire Purple Cloud Town. With such a large number of people, he could not have retreated so cleanly. There must be some clues along the way. Yes, unfortunately, people from the Zhenwu holy place from the Baishu country had messed up the scene. To find the clues, we must enter the Green Jade Mountain. Wei Yi sighed. For sure, there must be some clues. Apparently, the path Ba Liming found is where the clues are. Only, when Ba Liming went deep into the Green Jade Mountain, he encountered this person and his contract beast. Thus, he was not lucky. Now that this person is gone, we can go and search again. Immediately, Qin Wushuang's suggestion received widespread support. The group of 10 people returned to the camp. Earlier, Miao Zhongxia had suffered some minor injuries and needed to rest. After some discussion, everyone decided to depart the next day. In the evening, a large group of people arrived from the back of the camp. Lu Teng and Zhao Muji, who were on sentry duty, intercepted the other party. It was another martial saint from the Baishu country. Qin Wushuang was not unfamiliar with this martial saint. Just from his nameplate without eyebrows, Qin Wushuang would not recognize him wrongly. Immediately, he called out, "Senior brothers, let him come, he is also a martial saint from the Baishu country." When that martial saint without eyebrows heard Qin Wushuang's voice, he was shocked. Then, he looked at Qin Wushuang's face and found it to be an unfamiliar face. He did not know that everyone here was wearing a genuine leather mask. However, This martial saint had already received the report from his subordinates. He knew that these people had come from the Great Luo Empire and most likely, they were elite warriors from the Stargaze Palace. Immediately, he bowed respectfully. It's my honor to meet all elite warriors from the mother country. Qin Wushuang said with a chuckle, Sun Wumei, do you still remember me? You. Sun Wumei was stunned and said stutteringly, are you the famous Marquis Wushuang? Zhu Fu laughed, what Marquis Wushuang, that's a long time ago. My junior brother Wushuang is now a national scholar of the Great Luo and a pillar of the Stargaze Palace. Sun Wumei's entire body trembled as he thought that indeed, elite warriors from the Stargaze Palace had come. Then, his entire body relaxed. With the arrival of these elite warriors, the Ba Shu country should be able to turn their worries into peace. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 251. When Sun Wumei and Ba Liming had gone to the Great Wu, they had been stopped by Qin Wushuang halfway. Thus, he was very familiar with Qin Wushuang's voice. When he heard Qin Wushuang's voice, he already had some guesses. Only, this face was too strange, so he did not dare to recognize it. When he heard Qin Wushuang's question, he was even more convinced. After receiving Zhu Fu's confirmation, Sun Wumei no longer had any doubts. He went forward and bowed again. Lord Qin, I never thought that I would meet you again here, Lord Qin. Qin Wushuang sighed, the world is unpredictable. Initially, you traveled together with Ba Liming. Now, you are separated by life and death. Sun Wumei, come and identify this person's body. Do you know his identity? Sun Wumei went forward for a moment and shook his head. This person's face looks unfamiliar, I do not recognize him. According to your speculation, where did the people who killed the innocent people of the Purple Cloud Town come from? Qin Wushuang asked in a low voice. Without a doubt, it must have been done by the Heavenly Lake Empire. The Green Jade Mountain has always been a fat piece of meat that the Heavenly Lake Empire has been eyeing covetously. Although most of the territory is within the Great Luo Empire, the Heavenly Lake Empire has been eyeing the Green Jade Mountain for a long time. Often, people from the Ba Shu country who were picking herbs were attacked and mysteriously disappeared. According to the information, the Heavenly Lake Empire should have set up a military camp deep inside the Green Jade Mountain. Sun Wumei sighed lightly. In the past, Marshal Saint Ba Liming was in charge of the Green Jade Mountain. I rarely asked about it. I did not expect that this time, it would lead to such a cruel and inhumane murder. Esteemed envoys, the Ba Shu country has always been loyal to the Great Luo Empire and has always defended the integrity of our territory. For this matter, I ask for you to help the Ba Shu country and Marshal Saint Ba Liming. The person who killed Ba Liming is this person. He has already been executed. However, for sure, there must be an accomplice who killed the people of the Purple Cloud Town. Thus, we have decided to go into the mountain to investigate. After hearing Qin Wushuang's words, Sun Wumei took out a map from his sleeve and handed it over. Lord Qin, this map was given to me by Ba Liming when he was still alive. It was a map of the Green Jade Mountain. The place marked with a red circle was the place he was highly suspicious of. If the Heavenly Lake Empire had a military camp, it would be in one of these three places. Sun Wumei pointed on the map. This map was rather rough, but the good thing was that the directions and names were clearly marked. Although it was rough, the lines were clear. With this map, Qin Wushuang and the others could temporarily put aside their previous plan of moving out together. Since the map shows that these three places are very suspicious, we must first investigate and confirm the truth. What do you all think about it after we find out the truth? Qin Wushuang asked for everyone's opinion. He glanced around to see if anyone had any opinions. After this series of battles, Qin Wushuang's prestige as the captain had also risen. Not only did everyone not have any negative feelings towards him, they were also used to Qin Wushuang carrying out his duties as the captain. Especially Zhao Muji. Qin Wushuang's timely appearance could be said to have pulled him out from the gates of hell. Even if he had some grudges in his heart, at this moment, it had completely turned into admiration. No matter if it was in terms of strength or character, Qin Wushuang had deeply impressed Zhao Muji, this proud and arrogant man. Thus, he was the first to agree. It is indeed feasible to investigate the truth first. Otherwise, if we enter rashly, with too many people, it will be easy to alert the enemy. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. This strategy is definitely not good for us. We must change from the light to the dark to not disgrace our mission. However, Zhu Fu said, who should we send to investigate the truth? Wei Yi volunteered. Last time it was junior apprentice brother Qin, this time I will go. I will go with eldest apprentice brother. Huang Chaoyang also stood out. Qin Wushuang pondered for a moment and nodded. Then please ask senior apprentice brother Wei Yi, senior apprentice brother Lu and senior apprentice brother Huang to go together. Just as senior apprentice brother Zhao Muji said, we are in the light, but the enemy is in the dark. The three of you better not be separated, to avoid being taken advantage of by the enemy. However, Wei Yi said, junior apprentice brother Lu and junior apprentice brother Huang should not go. If it is to scout, I can go alone. The more people there are, the more danger there is. Sun Wumei also saw the clues. He had heard of Wei Yi's name, and naturally knew Wei Yi's cultivation and strength. Thus, he also agreed. I think Lord Wei Yi is right. The more people there are, the more danger there is. If it is to scout, one person is enough. It will be easier to advance and retreat. Qin Wushuang nodded. If that's the case, senior apprentice brother Wei Yi will go alone. Let's agree on 5 days. Regardless of whether there is any news, please come back, how about it? Wei Yi thought for a moment and calculated. He felt that 5 days would be enough. Okay, let's agree on 5 days. I will return within 5 days. If I don't return, please be prepared. From Wei Yi's tone, there was a trace of the wind is blowing and the water is cold. The warrior will never return. Senior apprentice brother Wei Yi will succeed immediately. Qin Wushuang and Wei Yi looked at each other. These two stars of the Stargaze Palace looked at each other with mutual understanding. They knew the division of labor and the responsibilities on each other's shoulders. After Wei Yi had left, Qin Wushuang encouraged them, everyone, for sure senior apprentice brother Wei Yi will return with news. Perhaps, after 5 days, there will be a great slaughter. Everyone, be prepared. Think about those tens of thousands of corpses in the Purple Cloud town, those innocent women and children, and those innocent people. If we do not take revenge, how could we return to the Stargaze Palace with the face to call ourselves disciples of the palace? In both of Qin Wushuang's lifetimes, he had his bottom line and the reverse scale that he could not touch. Apparently, this matter had touched his bottom line deeply. Initially, when Qin Wushuang went to the Great Wu to cause a ruckus, he only killed the elite warriors of the Great Wu. None of those people did not have blood on their hands. None of them did not participate in the invasion of the Baiyu country. Qin Wushuang did not feel any pressure when he killed those people. He did not feel it was inappropriate. It was only a tooth for a tooth. And when he was causing a ruckus, he had kept his bottom line. He would never kill the innocent and touch a single hair of the ordinary people. The reason why he had made a move was because of the war between the two countries. It was because the blood of the warriors of the Baiyu had formed a river, and because Marshal Saint Chiu Lingda had been beheaded. However, the innocent people of this Purple Cloud town had always stood aloof from worldly affairs and did not have any martial arts skills. Yet, they had suffered such a brutal massacre. This situation had angered all the core disciples of the Stargaze Palace. If this matter was related to the Heavenly Lake Empire, it would be a slap to the face. It was clearly a provocation to the Great Luo Empire. Regardless, these tens of thousands of wronged souls would not have died in vain. For sure, there would be justice for this matter. Even if the 10 of them could not solve it, there would be someone with a higher position and stronger power to deal with it. Inwardly, Sun Wumei was also shocked when he saw that Qin Wushuang had given out orders and the other core disciples of the Stargaze Palace had obeyed him. Inwardly, he thought that indeed, this Qin Wushuang had changed after 3 days of separation. The last time he had seen him, regardless of temperament or strength, it seemed that there was a great difference compared to the current him. This Qin Wushuang was able to make Wei Yi, the publicly recognized #1 young man in the Stargaze Palace, listen to him. Could it be that Qin Wushuang holds a higher position than Wei Yi? Could it be that the news of Qin Wushuang dominating the core ranking competition is reliable? It is not some small gossip. Inwardly, one could imagine the shock Sun Wumei felt. At the same time, he felt fortunate. If they had stubbornly set themselves against Qin Wushuang, what would have happened to them? At the same time, he could not help but feel grateful. Qin Wushuang had disregarded the past and traveled thousands of miles to investigate this matter. If he did not have a big heart and great spirit, he would not have done it. Think about it, Qin Wushuang had only entered the Stargaze Palace for less than half a year. For sure, this Qin Wushuang's future is limitless. The Bayou country is truly lucky to have such a young genius. It would be difficult for them not to have a meteoric rise. When will my Baishu country have such a genius? Sun Wumei's mind was full of thoughts. Sun Wumei, you will still take your people and set up camp at the Purple Cloud Town. We will oversee the surrounding area of the Green Jade Mountain. This matter is no longer a matter of the Baishu country. It is related to the prestige of the entire Great Luo Empire and the authority of the Stargaze Palace. The Stargaze Palace disciples will take care of it. Naturally, Sun Wumei was extremely grateful when he heard Qin Wushuang's instructions. With Qin Wushuang's promise, he would not have to worry about the fate of the Baishu country. Okay, Lord Qin. Sun Wumei did not dare to go against Qin Wushuang's will. Currently, his relationship with Qin Wushuang was not the same as when they were on the road to the Great Wu. Instead, it was the relationship between a special envoy and a subordinate from the mother country. Sun Wumei still had the ability to adapt. He adjusted his position and mentality in time to deal with Qin Wushuang's instructions. After the people of the Baishu country had retreated, Qin Wushuang instructed, "Everyone, conserve your energy. You 8 will form 2 groups, and I will form 1 group. Every 4 hours, you will change your group to patrol. The rest of you, conserve your energy and prepare for battle." As soon as he gave the order, no one dared to disobey. Soon, 3 days had passed. Each day, Qin Wushuang fixed his gaze on that green jade mountain. It was as if this continuous mountain was in a deep sleep and did not emit any sound. With 2 more days, Qin Wushuang firmly believed that senior brother Wei Yi would return smoothly. However, on the 5th day, there was still no news from Wei Yi. This caused the other disciples to feel a trace of uneasiness. If the day had ended and it was dusk, then a total of 5 days had passed. According to the agreement between Wei Yi and everyone, the 5 days had passed. If he did not return, did it mean that something had happened to senior brother Wei Yi? He had once said that if he did not return in 5 days, everyone should be mentally prepared. In the afternoon, it was closer to dusk. Although Qin Wushuang felt a trace of anxiety inwardly, he did not show it. Instead, he encouraged the others to remain calm and not to panic. However, Huang Chaoyang, the 3rd disciple of the head palace master, could not calm down no matter what. He yelled a few times that he wanted to go into the mountain to find senior brother Wei Yi. With his yelling, the atmosphere became even more tense. P.S. There is one more chapter, it will be updated around 22:30. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 252. Everyone looked at that setting sun. Their eyes were filled with doubt and anxiety as if they hoped that this setting sun would hang here and never go down the mountain. This way, the 5 days would not be up. Only, the operation of the natural law did not follow the will of a person. This setting sun continued to set. Half of it had already been swallowed by the distant mountain. The remaining half of the setting sun was like blood and made this dusk appear even more bleak. Qin Wushuang gazed into the distance with a deep gaze. Now, he also started to doubt whether it was the right choice to let Wei Yi take the risk alone. If something had happened to Wei Yi, as the leader, how could he go back and see the head palace master? And how would the others see Qin Wushuang? Suddenly, a trace of a smile emerged on Qin Wushuang's cold face. It was because he had sensed that Wei Yi had returned. Indeed, a figure walked out from the dense forest of the Green Jade Mountain. Under the afterglow of the dusk, although he appeared somewhat tired, his footsteps were firm as he rushed back quickly. "Senior brother, it's senior brother." Huang Chaoyang was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. Qin Wushuang went up and gave Wei Yi a high five. He asked with concern, "Senior brother Wei Yi, how is the situation?" A trace of anger flashed across Wei Yi's eyes. Although Marshal Saint Ba Liming had died, his information was useful. "I investigated separately at 3 places. Indeed, there was a hidden military camp in one of them. There were also many upper sky chi roaming around that area. I could not get too close. However, I am sure that there is something mysterious about that place." Wei Yi's tone carried a sense of determination. He told him all the details of what he had seen and heard in these 5 days. "Junior brother Qin, the tragedy of the Purple Cloud Town must be related to that place. I could feel that the murderous aura that soared to the heavens came from that path. I could feel this murderous aura in Purple Cloud Town, and I could also feel it in that deep valley." It was apparent that Wei Yi was also extremely furious about the tragedy of the Purple Cloud Town. As soon as he mentioned it, flames shot out from his eyes. Although these people of the Purple Cloud Town were not related to the Stargaze Palace, they were after all, people under the rule of the Great Luo Empire. After all, they were people under the protection of the Stargaze Palace. Currently, these tens of thousands of lives were gone just like that. And they had died in such an ugly manner. Naturally, these core disciples of the Stargaze Palace were full of anger. Ju Fu was a woman who did not lose out to men. She said, "If that's the case, then let's go and kill them all. If we leave even a single one alive, we'll consider ourselves useless." In her personality, there was a trace of straightforwardness that abhorred evil. The gazes of the other core disciples also gathered on Qin Wushuang's face, waiting for him to make the final decision. Under everyone's eager gazes, Qin Wushuang could also feel the intent of everyone's punches. How could he not be furious? However, he knew that blood energy alone was not enough to penetrate deep into the enemy's territory. He also needed to be resourceful and had to have an overall plan. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Since we've found out where it is, we must go. However, we still can't rush in together. Let's split into 3 groups. I will be the vanguard and go in first. Senior brother Wei Yi, Lu Xiaonan, and Huang Chaoyang will be the second group. The other 6 will be the third group." When he saw that everyone was still confused, Qin Wushuang explained, "If I go in first and realize that something is wrong, I will warn you with 3 short whistles. Don't go in and retreat immediately. If there are no super elite warriors in the enemy's territory, I will respond with a long whistle and you guys will charge in. We will work together from the inside." Ju Fu said, "This is not a place for you to take the risk alone. How can we go in?" "Senior sister, this mission is extraordinary. We must not act on impulse. I've arranged it this way to avoid too much risk. Besides, I have the confidence that even in the face of danger, I have the ability to escape. I will not act recklessly." Wei Yi nodded and agreed with Qin Wushuang's words. "I think that junior brother Qin's suggestion is good. In terms of small movements, junior brother Qin has the most advantage among the 10 of us. Indeed, he will have an advantage over any of us if he goes in first. From the perspective of the Stargaze Palace as a whole, the 10 of us are the elites of the palace. Indeed, we should not take the risk together." Zhao Muji also said, "Then let's follow junior brother Qin's suggestion. However, I don't believe that this little green jade mountain would have any super elite warriors." Seeing everyone's opinion, Ju Fu could only follow. She reminded, "Junior brother Wushuang, then you must be careful. Don't show off. Don't worry, I haven't lived long enough. If I can't handle it, I'll definitely run away. For this trip, firstly, I will investigate the situation. Secondly, I will see who is behind the incident at the Purple Cloud Town. I always feel that this matter is not that simple. With the plan in place, the 10 core disciples split into 3 groups and set off. Qin Wushuang took the lead and followed the route provided by Wei Yi. He rushed towards the deep part of the Green Jade Mountain. It was a deep valley hidden behind a large patch of white poplar trees. It was not easy to find. After half a day, Qin Wushuang arrived before that large patch of white poplar trees. Qin Wushuang hid his body and slowed down his speed. Using the white poplar trees to hide, he kept approaching. With Wei Yi's accurate information, Qin Wushuang felt much more relaxed. When he got close, Qin Wushuang let out that white sable. After giving it some instructions, he let it go. This white sable was a spiritual beast. With its small body and fast speed, it would not be discovered easily when it shuttled through the grass. Qin Wushuang was not in a rush to get closer. He hid in a corner and concealed his body. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was also thinking, if that bloody massacre at the Purple Cloud Town is related to the people in this area, then regardless, I must kill them to show my response. Regardless of who the enemy is, I must let them know that the Great Luo Empire is not easy to bully. Between countries, regardless of whether one's attitude is soft or hard, and whether one's methods are strong or weak, I must show enough courage in this major event. Or else, if I keep retreating, I will only let the enemy take a mile after taking an inch. Regarding this point, Qin Wushuang had experienced it deeply as he had lived 2 lifetimes. It was useless to only protest and denounce. In any era, in any world, iron-blooded methods would not be outdated. I just don't know what kind of people have set up camp here. What intentions do they have for setting up camp deep inside the Green Jade Mountain? It's impossible for them to set up a group of elite warriors here just to kill a group of innocent civilians from the Purple Cloud Town, right? Qin Wushuang felt that this reason was not valid. No country would be bored enough to set up a group of elite warriors just to kill a group of harmless civilians. For sure, there must be some inside information to be discovered. Qin Wushuang thought inwardly, I only hope that there are no advanced stage warriors in this area. Or else, it would be troublesome. Qin Wushuang was also somewhat worried. If this matter was related to the Heavenly Lake Empire, for sure, they would have those advanced stage warriors. It was like how the Stargaze Palace had 5 palace masters. As long as one of these elite warriors was present, even if the 10 core disciples attacked together, they would not be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. It was also the reason why Qin Wushuang had divided the team into 3 groups. He did not wish to have the entire team get wiped out on his first mission as the leader. Qin Wushuang tried hard to calm down and not think about anything else. He also did not want to let the hatred from the Purple Cloud Town occupy his mind too much. After an hour, with a flash of white light, the white sable scuttled back from the bushes. It started to chatter on Qin Wushuang's shoulder. After a few exchanges, Qin Wushuang finally understood. This white sable said that behind this white poplar tree, there was a secluded valley. There were guards everywhere in the valley. It seemed that there was a cave in front of them. The inside of the cave was spacious and the ground vibrated at a frequency. Inside the cave, there should be some digging activity. As for how many Upper Sky Realm warriors were inside, the white sable was vague and could not give him an answer. After all, the white sable was a man-made spiritual beast and did not have a strong sense of spiritual qi. Plus, it was naturally timid and would not provoke those Upper Sky Realm warriors. Thus, it could only find out this much. Qin Wushuang put the white sable back into the storage bag. Then, he gritted his teeth and went out. Using the terrain, he kept going deeper and deeper. He was not worried about being discovered by the patrolling guards. Many of these patrolling guards were pre-Sky Realm warriors. Sometimes, 1 or 2 initial stage Upper Sky warriors would lead them to patrol. Qin Wushuang hid behind a green stone. Suddenly, he waved his soft whip and hooked it around the neck of one of the patrolling guards. He used his strength skillfully and dragged him out. Then, he sealed that person's mute acupoint to prevent him from making any noise. When he mentioned the safe place, Qin Wushuang asked coldly, "Tell me your identity." That person showed a face full of fear. However, a cunning light flashed in his eyes. Qin Wushuang knew that if he did not teach this person a lesson, he would have ulterior motives. Instantly, he wrapped the soft whip around that person's chest. With a slight force, that person's entire body seemed to be squeezed by a pair of giant hands and he almost could not breathe. The muscles on his upper body seemed to be slowly cut by a sharp knife from the outside to the inside. The indescribable pain made his forelimbs tremble. "Let me ask you again, your identity." Then, he unsealed that person's mute acupoint and pressed his palm on the top of his head. As long as this person showed any signs of shouting, Qin Wushuang would kill him before the sound waves spread out. "Who are you?" "I am from the Purple Cloud Town." "Impossible. How could there be people from the Purple Cloud Town?" As soon as this person spoke, he regretted it. A trace of viciousness flashed across Qin Wushuang's eyes. He thought inwardly, the calamity from the Purple Cloud Town came from here. The Heavenly Lake Empire or the Vermilion Empire, there are only these two ways. Today, I want to see how tough your bones are. You just don't want to tell me your identity. Then, he used his palm as a knife and cut across that person's face. With a swoosh, that person felt a chill on the tip of his nose. Half of his nose had been cut off by Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang withdrew his hand knife and put 2 fingers in front of that person's eyes. "If you hesitate again, you will be blind for the rest of your life." A trace of fear flashed across that person's eyes. "Don't, I will tell you. We are from the Vermilion Empire. We came to the Heavenly Lake Empire to kill people and frame the Heavenly Lake Empire." Qin Wushuang smiled and nodded. "Very good, you really told the truth." Hearing Qin Wushuang's words, that person's mouth slightly twitched and he closed his eyes as if he was waiting for death. Qin Wushuang suddenly laughed. "You closed your eyes. Do you think I can't see the cunning in your eyes? Vermilion Empire, do you really think you can fool me with your lies?" Then, he used his 2 fingers slightly and directly pierced them into that person's eyes. At the same time, he used his left hand to seal that person's mute acupoint. A miserable cry rushed to his throat and was blocked, unable to come out. Qin Wushuang patted the top of that person's head and ended his life. He stood up, his eyes full of coldness. "The Heavenly Lake Empire, it really is the Heavenly Lake Empire." Chapter 253. The Danyang Empire did not have any border with the Ba Shu country. It was located in the northeast of the Great Luo Empire, while the Ba Shu country was located in the southwest of the Great Luo Empire. They were 2 different regions. The Danyang Empire could send some experts to hide, but it was impossible for them to station a large number of troops in the Green Jade Mountain. It was impossible for an army of a few thousand to pass through the vast territory of the Great Luo Empire. Moreover, the Green Jade Mountain was a territorial dispute between the Great Luo Empire and the Heavenly Lake Empire. It had nothing to do with the Danyang Empire, so it was impossible for the Danyang Empire to occupy the Green Jade Mountain. After all, the Green Jade Mountain was too far away from the Danyang Empire's territory. Qin Wushuang was very curious. What was the Heavenly Lake Empire's conspiracy? And why did they kill the innocent civilians in the Purple Cloud Town? If it was just to show off their power, it did not make sense. Qin Wushuang decided to take a risk. No matter what, he had to find the answer. Qin Wushuang used the stealth technique to avoid those sentries. After 15 minutes, he saw a cave behind the dense forest. The entrance of that cave was wide. As Qin Wushuang watched from afar, he knew that it would be impossible to avoid those eyes and ears if he wanted to enter the cave from the entrance. Unless he knew the invisibility technique. He now admired the man in the grey robe. He thought that if he could learn the man's underground technique, it would be easier to get close to the cave. After hiding in the dark and observing for a while, Qin Wushuang decided to take a risk. He immediately changed the clothes of the sentries he killed and put them on. After checking and making sure that there were no flaws, he walked out of the dark and ran towards the cave. As he approached the cave, he was stopped by a large group of guards at the entrance. "Which team are you from? Why did you come here without permission?" "I am the Outer Patrol. I have important information, so I am here to report. What information? A captain-like leader walked up and asked. According to the outer information, a large group of elite warriors from the Great Luo Empire have arrived at the Purple Cloud Town. There is another important information that needs to be reported. Qin Wushuang was also very careful. He did not know who was the leader, so he could not make up a name. Fortunately, the captain was not suspicious and only said, "Wait here, I'll go in and report." After a while, the captain walked out and shouted, "Follow behind me. Don't run around." Qin Wushuang was overjoyed and followed him. At this moment, he also had the mentality of nothing ventured, nothing gained. The cave was full of twists and turns. Qin Wushuang followed him in. After walking for a while and passing through several narrow and winding paths, his eyes suddenly opened up. There was actually a completely different world inside this cave. A huge sinkhole appeared in the center. The sinkhole was filled with dense fog, making it impossible to see the bottom. On the four sides of the sinkhole, there was a man-made fence. A large number of people and horses were gathered around the fence. One of them was obviously the leader, standing on a high platform at the highest point of the fence, pointing and discussing. "Let's go." With one glance, Qin Wushuang could see that each of those people were upper sky warriors. Among them, there were a few middle-stage warriors. Qin Wushuang drew a breath of cold air. Indeed, such strength and lineup made him smack his lips. However, since he had arrived here, he could not shrink back. He walked up calmly. "It's an honor to meet you all." Qin Wushuang put on a fearful expression. "Elite warriors from the Great Luo Empire have come? Is it the information from Mr. Chen? Lords, outside the Green Jade Mountain, there are traces of battle. We found the body of a spiritual battle wolf." Qin Wushuang probed. "What?" One of the golden-robed men raised his brow. "Spiritual battle wolf? Could it be Little Wind?" "It's impossible. Little Wind and Elder Chen are partners. If something happened to him, then wouldn't Elder Chen?" Another person said in surprise. Another person looked at that golden-robed man. "Elder LV, if something happened to Elder Chen, surely an elite warrior at the level of the Stargaze Palace Master has come. What should we do?" The golden-robed man said in a low voice, "Palace Master level? Impossible. The 5 Palace Masters of the Stargaze Palace would not go out easily. Judging from the reaction time, the news would not have reached the Stargaze Palace this quickly. And the Stargaze Palace would not have come this quickly. The massacre of the Purple Cloud Town took less than 10 days from start to finish. At the end of the year, it would take 3 or 4 days for the news to reach the imperial capital of the Ba Shu country. It would take at least 10 days to reach the Stargaze Palace. A round trip would take at least 20 days. How did something happen to that Wind Wolf, Elder Chen's contract beast? Among these people, apparently, that golden-robed man held the highest position. Qin Wushuang stood with his head lowered. Yet, he was sensing everything around him. This golden-robed man was a middle-stage warrior. The overflowing spiritual qi from his body was much stronger than that man in grey robes from before. On the left and right of the golden-robed man, there were 3 other middle-stage warriors. Each of them were no weaker than the man in grey robes that Qin Wushuang had killed. Besides them, there were 7 or 8 initial-stage upper sky warriors. Each of them were no less powerful than the core disciples of the Stargaze Palace. It seemed that this group of people were also elite warriors of the Heavenly Lake Empire. Qin Wushuang knew that before this group of elite warriors, he must not show his calmness, but cower in fear. Or else, he would be exposed. In the face of such a powerful pressure, it was impossible for an ordinary Hutian warrior to remain calm and composed. Thus, to not arouse suspicion, Qin Wushuang's entire body shivered. That golden-robed man did not doubt him when he saw this scene. He made a hand gesture to ask everyone to suppress their upper sky presence. Then, he fixed his gaze at that giant natural pit and said with a deep tone, "Until now, we still cannot find any clues about this ancient formation. Indeed, we do not have much time. I estimate that at most, we have 10 days. If we cannot find any clues in 10 days, We must retreat and seal the entire cave. We will come back to explore after this period of chaos. Another middle-stage warrior with a pair of triangular eyes and a vicious expression also followed. 10 days should be enough. We have locked onto this location from the map and used so much manpower to open up this cave. From start to finish, it only took us half a month. Could it be that even if we found the exact location of this ancient transportation formation, we could not decipher its secrets? Elder Lu, I think that the secret of this transportation formation lies inside this natural pit. Now, the problem is, do we dare to try? As they looked at that giant natural pit, dense fog emerged from the inside. Other than strangeness, they could not see any clues. This group of people had built these railings and stairs temporarily. They wanted to find some clues around this giant natural pit to decipher the secrets of this transportation formation. However, after all these days, they had found nothing. Indeed, this group of people had come from the Archaic Mysteries sect, the #1 sect in the Heavenly Lake Empire. They were all elite warriors at the elder level and a few of them were core disciples. The Archaic Mysteries sect had acquired an ancient map by chance and learned that there was an ancient transportation formation inside the Green Jade Mountain. And it was rumored that this transportation formation led to a mysterious place and contained supreme fate. The entire Archaic Mysteries sect valued this statement. They sent out a large group of elders and core disciples to lead many elite warriors to infiltrate the Green Jade Mountain. They searched around and finally, they locked onto this area. And when they had locked onto this area, they discovered that a group of herbalist boys from the Stargaze Palace were wandering around this cave. Naturally, they would not hold back and made the first move. They killed those herbalist boys from the Stargaze Palace. Those herbalist boys did not have the luck. They were also extremely curious when they discovered this cave. Just as they were discussing how to explore, they were killed by a large group of elite warriors from the Archaic Mysteries sect. How much power could a herbalist have? Of course, they could only turn into ashes when facing all these upper sky warriors. However, this slaughter was discovered by the hunters and herbalist of the Green Jade Mountain. When the Archaic Mysteries sect discovered them, this group of people had already scattered. Thus, the Archaic Mysteries sect decided to go all out and cleanse the Purple Cloud town. They sent out 3,000 troops led by upper sky middle stage warriors to surround the Purple Cloud town. Plus, with the spiritual beasts as scouts, even those who had dug 3 feet into the ground to escape would not be able to escape. After a round of slaughter, of course, they would not leave a single person alive. Of course, Qin Wushuang did not know about the twists and turns in this matter. Hearing the words of that golden-robed man, he could not help but look at that natural pit a few more times. So, this group of people had their eyes on this natural pit. Is it some kind of transportation formation? Qin Wushuang thought inwardly, perhaps, the disaster of the Purple Cloud town was because they had discovered the secret inside? Qin Wushuang thought about it. Although he was angry, he did not dare to act rashly. Any one of these 4 middle-stage warriors before him would be a powerful enemy. With 4 of them attacking together, Qin Wushuang would not have any room to maneuver. Especially inside this mountain cave, he would be like the stuffing in a dumpling and would not be able to get out. And with these 4 middle-stage warriors present, even if Wei Yi and the others had all arrived, most likely there would only be one result. That was all of them would be killed. There would not be any accidents or luck. Among the 4 middle-stage warriors, even if Qin Wushuang and Wei Yi could barely block one each, the other 2 would lead the other initial stage warriors to deal with the other 8 core disciples of the Stargaze Palace. After the other 8 had been killed, they would turn around to deal with Qin Wushuang and Wei Yi. The result, Qin Wushuang did not dare to keep thinking about it. Inwardly, he was already thinking of a way to escape. I must send this news to the higher-ups of the Stargaze Palace. Qin Wushuang thought quickly and only had this idea. He knew that since the Heavenly Lake Empire had made such a big fuss, this giant natural pit inside this mountain cave must be extraordinary. That golden-robed man looked at that natural pit for a while and turned around to say, regardless of whether the news is accurate, and whether Elder Chen had been killed, we must not let down our guard. Elder Du and Elder Zhong, the 2 of you, go and check it out. The two middle stage warriors next to him nodded, okay. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang cursed. Once these two went out, if they encountered Wei Yi and the others, they would suffer a great loss. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 254. Just as those two were about to walk out, that golden-robed man suddenly shouted, "Hold on." Those two elders stopped. That triangular-eyed Elder Du asked, "Elder Lu, is there any other problem?" Between the brows of that golden-robed man, Elder Lu, there was some doubt. He looked at Qin Wushuang from head to toe and felt that something was not right. Initially, he was only focused on the sky pit and did not put a normal patrol in his eyes. Thus, he did not have any vigilance. And Qin Wushuang's meek and timid performance had made him even more careless. However, now that he had calmed down and thought about it, he felt that something was not right. As for which part of the problem, he could not tell at the moment. He only felt that something was not right. "Which camp are you from?" the golden-robed man asked lightly. He stared at Qin Wushuang with a sharp gaze. I am from the second outpost camp." Qin Wushuang remembered that guy he had killed had an identity jade plate with the name of the second outpost camp written on it. "Captain Liu of the second camp is my disciple's disciple. Tell me, what are his characteristics?" When the golden-robed man asked this question, the others felt somewhat strange. They looked at the golden-robed man suspiciously and then looked at Qin Wushuang. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang groaned. He truly did not know why this old man was not suspicious earlier, but at this crucial moment, if he could walk out of this cave smoothly, he would only need to whistle 3 times to warn Wei Yi and the others to retreat. Then, he would be able to escape with ease. Even if there were 10 middle-stage warriors, as long as he was not trapped, Qin Wushuang would have the confidence to escape. However, after being surrounded, in this narrow cave, his escape route would be greatly affected. It would be extremely inconvenient. Although Qin Wushuang lowered his head submissively, he observed everyone's expression from the corner of his eyes. Especially when the golden-robed man had asked this question, he felt extremely troubled. He had no idea whether the commanding officer of the second camp was called Captain Liu or not. He felt that this golden-robed man was bluffing him. In fact, there might not be a Captain Liu. However, if there was and he answered incorrectly, his identity would be exposed. And if he didn't, wouldn't his identity be exposed if he randomly described it? Qin Wushuang was caught between a rock and a hard place. He steeled his heart and knew that this matter could not be delayed. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous it would be. He decided to take a risk and take a gamble. "There is no Captain Liu in the 2nd Battalion that I was in." After saying this, Qin Wushuang began to observe the terrain and prepare for battle. As long as he could retreat to the tunnel, Qin Wushuang would have the confidence to leave. Even if there were 4 middle-stage warriors here, they would not be able to stop him. However, that golden-robed man, Elder Lu, was extremely cunning. He gave a glance to those 2 middle-stage elders. Those 2 understood tacitly and rushed to the entrance of the cave to block all the escape routes. Qin Wushuang's heart skipped a beat as he cursed inwardly. The golden-robed man sneered, "Since there is no Captain Liu, then tell me, what is the name of the captain of the 2nd Battalion?" Qin Wushuang's expression changed slightly. He knew that today's battle was unavoidable. He flicked his sleeve and the snake-shaped soft whip suddenly swung out. He swept it in all directions and a strong wave of spiritual qi instantly spread out. When this wave of qi was released, it instantly shook the stone walls of the cave and caused stone fragments to fall down. That golden-robed man shouted, "Guard the entrance, don't let him escape." As he spoke, he shook his arms and rolled up a protective qi from his sleeves. It blocked half of Qin Wushuang's spiritual qi wind. The 2 elders who had been guarding the exit of the cave also drew their weapons one after another. Qin Wushuang shouted, With one hand holding the violet sun sword and the other hand holding the snake-shaped soft whip, he turned around and attacked the two elders that were guarding the exit like door gods. Qin Wushuang knew that there were not many chances left for him. He must break out of the cave as soon as possible. Or else, in today's battle, he would have to bear the consequences. Perhaps, life and death were separated by a thin line. Since Qin Wushuang had this understanding, naturally, he would fight with his life on the line. With an indomitable determination, he attacked those two with all his might. Of course, such a desperate attack was effective. Although those two were elite warriors that had been famous for hundreds of years, they did not dare to let down their guard when they saw him attacking with all his might. Together, the two of them rolled up a torrential wave of qi and locked Qin Wushuang's attack outside their defensive circle. At the same time, they took out two weapons and attacked Qin Wushuang from the left and right. If it were a one-on-one fight, although Qin Wushuang was not as strong as that brocade-robed elder LV, he could at least deal with him. Only, currently, he was surrounded by 4 middle-stage warriors. This situation could be said to be rather bad. Since Qin Wushuang could not break through with his first attack, he was also anxious. He stepped on the stone wall and quickly skimmed to the railing on the side. When the attack arrived, Qin Wushuang's body had already skimmed to the railing on the opposite side like a swallow. That golden-robed man laughed eerily. "Elder Du, Elder Zhong, you will still be in charge of the cave entrance. Since this kid has sneaked in, don't think about leaving." After the golden-robed man had finished speaking, in a flash, a glittering chi-mai stick appeared in his hand. He slashed the stick across the air and a piercing metallic sound emerged in the sky. With a sonorous sound, it smashed directly at the place where Qin Wushuang had landed. This might was actually so great that it was frightening. This sound of metal breaking through the air was shockingly a very high-level metal attribute spiritual energy attack. Wherever this attack landed, the railings were completely shattered. The remaining force shot onto the mountain wall, producing a sharp sound of collision, and sparks flew in all directions. The entire cave could not help but tremble as if an earthquake had occurred. Indeed, Qin Wushuang was at the end of his rope. Behind the cave, other than the sinkhole, the other places were very narrow. Only the high platform that the group of people were standing on was considered wide. Other than the railings, there was only a narrow path. It was basically only enough for one to fit in, and there was no way to use movement techniques to fight. Thus, Qin Wushuang was in an extremely dangerous situation. He was in a difficult situation where he could not move an inch. The attacks of this golden-robed Elder Lu were abnormally tyrannical. Every time the staff came down, it was incomparably turbulent, shaking the void. In the entire space, the spiritual energy of his attack surged everywhere, scattering in all directions. Qin Wushuang performed the power of Deep North. While he dodged, he absorbed the attacks. However, no matter how fast he absorbed, he was not as fast as the attacks of this Elder Lu. Apparently, this Elder Lu had used the advantage of this narrow space to attack. He wanted to seal off all of Qin Wushuang's escape routes in this narrow space. Qin Wushuang was burning with impatience. Under such attacking environment, he had completely deprived the advantage of his body movements. Regardless of the power of the immortal virtuous cloud steps, he would be limited without any space to use it. Next to that Elder Lu, there was another middle-stage warrior. Apparently, he had also seen through the situation. He waved the sword in his hand and joined the battle. All of them attacked the elder from the left and right. Qin Wushuang complained incessantly. Earlier, he and Wei Yi had attacked that man in grey robes. Unexpectedly, the enemy had turned around and attacked them from both sides. Could this be retribution? Despite Qin Wushuang's exceptional skills, when facing such attacks, he could only be in dire straits and flee in all directions. He could not find any time to counterattack. That golden-robed man shouted, "Concentrate all your power and kill this person. Then, we will investigate the whereabouts of Elder Chen." Qin Wushuang waved the violet sun sword madly and kept bouncing on the mountain wall. He dodged each attack and tried to take a few people down with him. Only, under the encirclement of 4 middle-stage warriors, he could not realize this idea. And now, he had been forced to the corner opposite of the cave entrance. It could be said that he had become a trapped beast. Elder Lu gave a low roar and smashed his stick in the air. Surging waves of golden lights, Qin Wushuang immediately lowered his body and evaded this fierce attack. Boom! The spiritual qi hit the mountain wall and caused countless stone chips to fall onto Qin Wushuang's head and face. Just when Qin Wushuang was about to borrow the power, suddenly, a cold wind blew from under his feet. A wind-splitting blade slashed horizontally and blocked all three of his escape routes. Qin Wushuang straightened his body and shot toward the middle like a bow. Helplessly, there were also people waiting for him in the middle. Qin Wushuang raised the violet sun sword and blocked the power of the incoming sword. However, a bronze hammer smashed toward him from his waist. The four middle-stage warriors had joined forces to attack. Unable to evade, Qin Wushuang twisted his body and received this fatal attack with his back. Boom! The power of the bronze hammer hit Qin Wushuang's back with 100% power. Qin Wushuang only felt a fishy taste in his throat as he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body floated in the air and fell downward. Below him, it was a bottomless abyss. Although Qin Wushuang had suffered severe injuries, he did not panic. He shook the long whip and tied it to the railing. He tried to use the power of this pull and bounce to get out of the cave. Only, his intention was quickly seen through by the golden-robed Elder Lu as he smashed the railing with his stick. Boom! Together with the long whip, the railing collapsed. Without any support, Qin Wushuang's body fell down like a scallion. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt a chill. He gathered all his energy and let out 3 hurried whistles. Roar! 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 3 sharp whistles echoed for a long time. Qin Wushuang's body fell into the abyss in despair. He closed his eyes and was filled with sadness. Was it over like this? Inside Qin Wushuang's head, different scenes from this world flashed. His father, sister, brother-in-law, and a group of fellow disciples, each of their faces were so familiar and kind. And now, it seemed that he was going to bid farewell to them forever. Could it be that in this world, I am only a passerby? Qin Wushuang felt a pain in his heart. Senior brother Wei Yi and the others should not rush over after hearing my 3 sharp whistles, right? Around 10 miles away, Wei Yi's face suddenly changed. Although Qin Wushuang's 3 short whistles seemed to be somewhat suppressed, as if there was something blocking the sound waves, but it was still clear and piercing to the ears. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Could it be that junior brother Qin has met a great enemy? Wei Yi's heart was greatly moved. How could he not hear that Qin Wushuang's 3 whistles were more like a farewell before death, full of sorrow and warning? Even Lu Xiaonan and Huang Caoyang's faces changed. They anxiously asked, "Senior brother, isn't that junior brother Qin's voice? 3 short whistles, is he warning us?" To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.